Your shoes by the door, still wait in a row. Your room holds the shape of the boy we still know. Mom folds your blue shirt, then folds it again. Dad stares at the frame like the tears never end. Too young for this road, too young for goodbye. A cruel kind of night took you from our lives. We miss you still, we miss you still. In every quiet room, we miss you still. We hold your name, we hold it close. A broken home still loves you most. Your little brother asks if you're coming back. And we turn from the answer that cuts us in half. The table stays set, one plate left untouched. Your laughter is gone, but the silence is us. Too young for this road, too young for goodbye. A cruel kind of night took you from our lives. We miss you still, we miss you still. In every quiet room, we miss you still. We hold your name, we hold it close. A broken home still loves you most. If love could have held you, it never would sleep. If prayers were a shelter, you'd still be with me. Now we carry a photo through days made of rain, and every new sunrise feels guilty with pain. We miss you still, we miss you still. In every quiet room, we miss you still. We hold your name, we hold it close. A broken home still loves you most. We miss you still, we miss you still. Our boy, our heart, we miss you still. shoes by the door, still waiting there. Folded up shirt, cold in the chair. Mom keeps his plate, Dad keeps the light. Nobody says it at the table tonight. We thought you'd walk in like you always do, late from the field with the dust on your shoes. Now the hall feels long and the rooms feel small. We hear your name, the walls. Oh, little boy, we miss you so. Oh, little boy, we won't let go. Your name still lives in every prayer. Oh, little boy, you're everywhere. Your jersey hangs by the laundry line. Your laugh in the house was the good kind of wild. Sister leaves notes on your old door. Birthday balloons saved in a drawer. The streets stay quiet the day you fell. Too young to leave with a story to tell. Now mama cries and the night won't sleep. Your little brother counts sheep. Oh, little boy, we miss you so. Oh, little boy, we won't let go. Your name still lives in every breath. Oh, little boy, you're everywhere. What kind of world takes and won't explain? What kind of dawn turns love into pain? But we hold your face in the frame on the wall, and we call your name when the shadows fall. Oh, little boy, we miss you so. Oh, little boy, we won't let go. Your name still lives in every breath. Oh, little boy, you're everywhere. Oh, little boy, we still are here. Oh, little boy, through every tear.
All right. Welcome, everybody. This is normally not one of the normal streams I do, but I'm kind of taking my content in a different direction. So we're going to be kind of discussing some very, we'll just say, I guess it could be controversial topics, as well as religious topics, and as well a situation that happened in the United States that most of us are very aware of. And I want to do this in a respectful and a cordial way, but also I got a lot of content that I want to show you guys, and it's stuff that I've gathered off of YouTube and TikTok. And if you guys are familiar, I don't want to be like the other content creators, and I'm not putting any of them down. I'm just saying there's some very vile content and very provoking content, and I want to kind of distinguish myself separate from that. So I'm going to approach this topic in a loving and caring way, and also from my own personal views. And again, as you see here, the following video discusses sensitive topics related to a tragedy, ongoing legal proceedings, and public discourse surrounding race and justice. The content explores real-world events that have profoundly impacted multiple families in a local community. And if you guys are unaware, I'll go into, if you don't know about this story, I'll definitely go into the facts of the case. My goal is to do a deep dive approach in this subject with care, reliance, and verified evidence, and a commitment to objective and respectful dialogue. I recognize that these topics can be deeply personal and difficult to navigate. I ask that all viewers approach this discussion with empathy, patience, and dedication to data-driven civil discourse. Viewer discretion is advised. So on that note, I just kind of want to start out with a prayer, being a Christian, okay? For anybody that might be watching, you might not believe in God or faith, I just feel this is a good way for me to be able to start out this. So I would like to start in a prayer with Psalms 23. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me lie down in green pastures, and he leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul, and he leadeth me in the path of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me, and thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil, and my cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Amen. All right. So let's get to the topic at hand. And we've got videos and stuff too. We're going to use Wikipedia, that we'll just go through just an outline to kind of give you the timeline of what happened. As you see, on April 2nd of 2025, a young man, let me see, I might zoom this in a little bit more so you guys can see a little bit better. Let's see, can you see that? There you go. And you know what, I'm going to take me out of the picture for a minute. And then I'll just bring me back. So I'm not blocking. There we go. So as you see, on April 2nd of 2025, Austin Metcalf, a 17-year-old student at Memorial High School, was murdered by Karmelo Anthony, a Centennial High School student of the same age. While attending a high school track meet in Frisco, Texas, United States, Anthony stabbed Metcalf after an altercation, and Metcalf died of his injuries. Anthony was arrested soon after the stabbing and was charged with murder. He pled not guilty, asserting self-defense. And we're going to discuss a lot of this in detail, because on social media, there's a difference between the legalities and people's public opinion than the facts that was actually presented. And if you do know, in the United States, we do have a right and presumed innocent until proven guilty. We're going to go over the legal definitions and facts regarding the laws of Texas. And I will share my opinions, but I'm trying to be as unbiased as I can, just looking at the facts. Because I've heard so many different information and stories going around, we kind of lose track of what was the evidence provided. And you're going to see how this is a very controversial topic right now in the United States. And the goal of my video is to present facts, okay? And I also want to be able to do it in a respectful way, but also, just to be honest and straight with people, I just feel so much tension right now and this race division, because I'm going to share his father and other people, but there are people out here on both sides, right? And we're going to it's a very difficult topic because we're going to talk about racism when this should have never been about racism. It should be about good and evil, right and wrong. But I understand there's nuance to everything. And, you know, if you guys don't know, I'm a white guy. And by being a white guy, we'll just say it can be very hard to speak out on certain topics. But the thing is, this is not about racial. This is not about race. This is about just morals and ethics. And hopefully my message will be able to maybe be spread around where people can realize we're all the same here. And that there was 2 young men that were affected in this whole situation. One, entirely, his life was taken. And another boy, which we will address, got sentenced to 35 years in prison. And he's making an appeal. And we're going to discuss all that in the case. But I'm trying to approach this with logic and critical thinking and not emotion-based. Because some of the stuff that I'm seeing online, there's some stuff I want to touch upon, but I don't want to show any videos because it's vile. When you desecrate somebody's grave and you're mocking somebody's dead son, it's not appropriate. And my platform, I just don't choose to follow any of that type of attitude or anything. I mean, this whole situation is heartbreaking for all involved. And this is a situation, I have to say, tragically that it happened. It's definitely opened up a conversation in the United States. I'm 54 years old, and I have to say, I believe this is a topic that needs to be addressed. And I'm going to share other content with other content creators that have shared that I found, we'll just say, inspiring. And it don't label all of us to be that we're all racist and bigots because we agree or disagree. I believe it's unifying. And there's one message that I feel, because as a Christian, I think this is one topic that needs to be 100% addressed from a biblical view. But as you see here, at the high school track meet in Frisco, Texas, United States, Anthony stabbed Metcalf after an altercation, and Metcalf died of his injuries. Anthony was arrested soon after. The stabbing was charged with murder. He pled not guilty, asserting self-defense. On June 9th of 2026, Anthony was found guilty of murder at a trial and sentenced to 35 years in prison by the jury. The case was the subject of national public attention, and the viral social media post emphasized the races of the perpetrator, who is black, and the victim, who is white. Now, one thing I want to address is, did it really need to be a black and white issue? It really didn't. And I'm seeing a lot of people online that are turning this about race when it wasn't. Austin Metcalf. Let's look at some of the background. Austin Metcalf was born July 31st of 2007 through April 2nd of 2025. He was a junior at Memorial High School in Frisco, Texas. He was the MVP linebacker of the school's football team and participated in track and field. He had a twin brother, Hunter Metcalf, with whom he also played football. Karmelo Anthony. Karmelo Anthony redirects here for the basketball player. Just giving you some picture. Karmelo Sincere Anthony was born May 10th of 2007. He was born in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, the oldest of 4 children in his family. The family later moved to Texas. Anthony was a student at Centennial High School, also in Frisco, where he was captain of both the track and football teams. He had 2 part-time jobs, and at the time of the incident was on track to graduate the following month. He had no prior criminal history, and Anthony and Metcalf did not know each other. A lot of this information is relevant, because some of the information we're going to hear online, there's a lot of misinformation that's been going around. And for what agenda, I'm just going to be straight and direct. I know what some of these people's agendas are. You can clearly see it. It's to cause racial tensions. Straight out. And this is on both sides. I'm seeing white people and black people calling pretty much for a civil war. And again, there are some videos and TikToks. If you guys haven't seen it, you can go out and watch it. But we'll just say it's disgusting. It's vile. I don't want to participate in any of that. Like, we'll just say here's a word, and I'll touch upon it. But there's a thing called the Austin Bop on TikTok. People ought to go look at this. I don't know. These are parents. You think this is appropriate that young, impressionable children, right, minors, are participating in a dance that's mocking the killing of a young man? Doesn't matter if he's white or black. None of that matters. Because we all do know if we switched the situation around and made this about a white kid murders a black boy, what would they be doing then? Would the people be pushing as hard? See, I'm just trying to make it make sense to me. It's just, as a Christian, I do feel like, yeah, we're in the end days. This is evil. The stabbing occurred at a track meet at Memorial High School. Tent and David, I don't know, is it Kukindle Stadium at approximately 10 a.m. on April 2nd of 2025. The altercation started when the track and field championship event was delayed due to thunderstorms and heavy downpours. However, we would just say some of this information, even in the Wikipedia, is misleading. Yes, there was thunderstorms and heavy downpours at points. But we do see, and we have the video now, the judge released it, and we're going to be addressing all that. I've got tons of information tonight. This is going to be a long stream. And all this information is coming in so quickly. I'm going to let you all know I'm going to make a video series that I'm going to follow up with this live stream. Because there's so much information out there, it's too hard to address in just one live stream. But I'm going to touch upon most of the information that's been given, but there's been so much that's coming out. There's an appeal now. He's got these new attorneys. So yeah, this is going to be an ongoing follow-up case. But see, due to the rain, every team except for Anthony's high school had set up a tent. One of Anthony's teammates testified that he, Anthony, and other members had sought shelter from the rain at the nearby baseball dugout until a baseball coach told them to leave. According to witness testimony, Anthony was called over to the Memorial High School by Memorial student Eddie Pera. Now this kid, he does testify in the trial, and we're going to discuss him because there's this information. I'm trying to go by what was presented in the case, not none of this internet propaganda, any of these collusion, just it's some of this stuff is just craziness that don't even line up with the trial, with the information presented. So that's what I'm trying to separate. Okay, baseball coach told him to leave. According to the witness testimony, Anthony was called over to the Memorial High School tent by Memorial student Eddie Pera. Pera and Anthony had a friendly interaction for about 5 minutes. Now, Hunter Metcalf, this is his younger brother. They're twins, okay? So Hunter Metcalf, Austin's twin brother, approached Anthony and asked him to leave the tent. Austin then confronted Anthony. During the argument then ensued, Anthony allegedly said, "Touch me and see what happens." This is not allegedly anymore. Well, actually, this is allegedly. Because in this video, we got the police video and a cam video of what he actually does say. And he tells it to the police officer. But yet people are now trying to spin it. I just don't get it. People are taking evidence and then they're changing and twisting words for their own motives or agendas. And I get it. Like, they don't want this young man to be held accountable for his actions. But at the end of the day, sad to say, in America, we have juries. And we're going to address that because I was seeing this article, if they even touch upon it. They're going to talk about an all-white jury. And again, that's actually factually incorrect. I mean, it's partially true, but there's information that's actually, it wasn't an all-white jury. So we're going to address those claims as well. Okay, so let's see. During the argument that ensued, Anthony allegedly said, "Touch me and see what happens," while reaching his hand into his backpack. According to witness, Metcalf responded, "You don't have anything in that backpack. It's Frisco." Now, what he meant by that, I have no idea. But common sense would kind of tell me too, Yeah, why would you be bringing a knife in a backpack to a high school track event? Now, again, I played sports. I ran cross country. And I can tell you, yeah, we weren't allowed to bring weapons. Now, this is back in the 80s. They got metal detectors and everything now. So, again, we're going to also address some of the school's responsibility as well by looking at the laws. And I have that on a Discord. I'll be pulling up a lot of my references that I'll be following up with. Okay. Before allegedly grabbing Anthony to move him, another witness in the Frisco police arrest report stated Austin and Anthony went back and forth, and then Austin stood up and pushed Anthony to get him out of the tent. Now again, we're also going to look up laws. What is self-defense? In response, Anthony pulled out a black knife, and you also do understand too, even if somebody is going to attack me, I can only match reasonable force. So a knife would not be used in this situation. And we got accusations that he was jumped, which is all incorrect. It's all been debunked. Hey, Melly Mel. Hey, Mel. So, if we look here, it goes, okay, stood up and pushed Anthony to get him out. Now, again, I'm going to show you guys, which most people have probably seen, but if you haven't, we're going to walk through the video so we can all see it. And I would, like I said, if you guys give me some feedback, I want to see, are you seeing what I'm seeing? I am getting older and I do have my glasses, so I might not always be correct. But a lot of these YouTube videos I've been watching, I don't know what video they were watching. And then people are saying it was doctored, but yet I got the full 11 minutes because they said there was missing minutes. Because again, this information has been being flooded throughout this whole case. It's very confusing. So I'm trying to stick completely with what that jury had on hand and the evidence at hand. Plus the interview with the judge, plus the interview with, excuse me, with Austin's father. And we're also going to address some of the situations of the GoFundMe money and the Go Sing Go money that went on. Now, again, it's not illegal what they did, but we'll just say my heart honestly goes out to Karmelo. The way his family treated him during that trial and to abandon him, it's not right. I mean, I'm looking at it from both sides. It wasn't right on either side. And like I said, one young man's dead and another young... I don't want people to forget, it's not just the victimhood. We're talking about two young men's lives now are pretty much just... One's gone, and then the other boy's life, 35 years? Yeah. And if he does get an appeal, and we're going to break down that as well, I don't know if they can change the time, but he was looking at 99 years. So this could go not in his favor, but in America, he has every right to do it. And I have seen footage of videos that people question. And I'm kind of, I kind of see that. So I'm just going to follow the evidence where it leads, and I'd like to see, how this appeal is going to turn out. All I know is at the end of the day, we got bigger issues to address. It's not just this murder case. That's why I do believe this has opened up a conversation that's needed to be had. The racial tensions in the United States. Because we all know it just didn't start in this situation. This goes back even further. Hands up, don't shoot. We all remember these situations. The George Floyd situation. So we're going to talk about some of these other issues as long. Another witness in the Frisco police arrest report stated Austin and Anthony went back and forth, and then Austin stood up and pushed Anthony to get him out of the tent. In response, Anthony pulled out a black knife from the backpack and stabbed Metcalf once in the chest before running away. And we're going to address, some people were trying to say, oh, it's a tiny little knife, right? Is this one of those little Swiss knives that's got the, again, lies after lies after lies? And we're going to see, I think there's some pictures in here of the knife. It's not a small knife. It's about a 3-inch knife. If you plunge it in somebody's chest, and YouTube don't like it, we'll say you're more than likely going to be unalived, especially if it's stabbed in your heart. After being stabbed, Metcalf ran down to the bleachers, grabbing his chest and telling those around him to get help. Again, even Wikipedia is not getting all this information correct. When police arrived, He was not conscious or breathing, and athletic trainers were performing chest compressions on him. Austin Metcalf was pronounced dead minutes after arriving in the hospital. According to the arresting officer, when told to keep his hands in the air, Anthony said, "I was protecting myself." The affidavit states he was emotional and crying hysterically. After he was arrested, the officer then communicates to the others. And this is where I'm saying this Wikipedia needs to be updated, because some of the information, that's not all he just said. And he was crying hysterically. But we're going to see the video footage of what he actually did say to the police officer. The officer then communicated to others that he had the alleged suspect in custody, to which Anthony responded, "Right, I'm not alleged. I did it." Now again, if you do want to make an appeal, he has every right to do it, but you do understand he is a murderer. That we can all agree on. He, right there, admitted to it. So it's not that, because we got, what's his name, Dr. Umar, trying to make claims that they were struggling with a knife and he fell on the knife. Like, when we watch the video, you all tell me if you see anybody falls on a knife. And we're going to see the wound. There's some things, I'm thinking YouTube will let me show it. So I'm going to show with whatever. And if my video gets taken down, then I guess it gets taken down. As he was being escorted to the police car, Anthony reportedly said, "He put his hands on me." Now notice, he put his hands on me. There's been reports where other people were trying to say he was jumped and they put their hands on him. No, that's not what Karmelo said. He put his hands on me. I told him not to. While he was sitting in the back seat of the police car, he asked of Metcalf, "Is he going to be okay?" Now I'm assuming at this point, because I'm looking at it from this perspective. If I was this young man, Karmelo, an altercation gets up. I was a young man at one time too. Our aggressions, our emotions get the best of us sometimes, especially if you're against a rival team. And now you're sitting here, you're raining, one of your friends calls you and says, "Hey, come on over here." Now the thing is, that other boy is in the rival team's tent. Now the thing is, let them know now. There's a reason why, if you ever watch football or anything, we have the home team, visiting team. We keep everybody separated. Now again, I didn't make the rules. That's just the way it goes. Now the thing is, yes, it was raining. And you see him deliberately, he walks past two tents that he could have went into. But for some reason, he had to go where his friend was and sit there. Now again, I'm not justifying either Austin sitting here pushing the young man. However, I've been pushed before. And I never had to pull out a knife to stab and kill somebody. So this situation that I'm looking at, it's still, I'm trying to just wrap my head around how other adults are trying to justify. And again, are these people just never been in a fight? I'm not even pushing that young teenagers shouldn't fight, but I'm being realistic. We all know, being a teenager and another boy confronts me and you have testosterone and you got a rival team, you're going to talk smack with each other, right? You're going to sit here and you're probably going to push each other. And they did say, "Hey, get out of our tent." Now, do I think they probably said, "Excuse me, could you please sit up and, stand up and leave?" No. They probably said some very choice words, but guess what? Is that new to any of us? Like, seriously, these are teenagers. You think everybody's just being cordial? Now, was this kid jumped? No, none, not whatsoever. Did he probably feel threatened? This is one situation. Hey, thank you, Rebel, or Tattoo. So this situation that I look at with this whole situation is, if you ought to know, I'm about 130 pounds. I'm about the same size as him. I'm 5'6". I've been in situations with bigger guys. I've been confronted. I've been beat up many times, especially when I was younger. Never once did I ever think, I fight with hands. I don't know what's wrong with the younger generation, or if this is just common, that nobody has to. Should you ever fight? No. However, if you are in a situation and you feel like you're about to get attacked by you start swinging, but you also want to do everything you can to flee and get out. But when you look at some of the words that he was saying, it sounds like he was instigating. Now again, should it have ever arose to this situation? No. Was it self-defense? We're going to address that because his defense team, you understand, they had every opportunity to present this and they failed. They tried, but they failed because this is not self-defense. Because even the same thing, if I got into a fight and I started fighting someone else, now agreed, they don't fight like us back then, but here's the other situation. Then why aren't we addressing this school? Why are kids, you understand, we're lucky that this was a knife. What if it was a gun? You understand? There could have been more people that could have been harmed in this situation. So I'm just kind of curious, what about the security at that school? You know, there's a whole bunch of other people I feel like that should have been addressed in this, but we're not even talking about them. And the only thing that it seems like we are addressing is 2 young boys that got into an altercation, but one's dead because a kid brought a knife, and that's where, to me, the story should end right there, and stabbed another boy in the heart. And now that kid is dead. Metcalf's family, you understand, they no longer have a son. Just imagine if you had a brother, and this is the twin brother, you got to watch your brother pass away right in front of you. And this is my just observation, because I didn't really see this in video, but it did cross my mind. If I'm in an altercation, right, and I'm in an opposing team, after I stabbed him, you don't think that other people should have been able to grab me by that time and beat the hell out of me? That's why I was like, when people were saying, oh, he was attacked, I was like, yeah, probably so. But when I saw the video, nothing like that happened. I don't even know how he got out of the tent. I mean, when I was younger, good luck. I really don't think he would have made it out. You just stabbed somebody. You would have got stomped with hands. But now, like I'm saying, this could have ended a lot more tragically. And we're also going to address in the video, which I'm going to show in just a minute, we'll just say, if you're running, and you would think you're going to run to a coach, a police officer, but you notice he gets outside the gate, and we're going to show on the back end, he starts gradually walking like he's trying to blend in. Now, I don't think this kid premeditated this. I honestly don't think so. I'm not him, though. But at the end of the day, why would you slow down and try to blend into the crowd? And then your tears come on when the cops come, but then when they're sitting here, you're perfect. It's like you're... And again, I've never stabbed anybody, so I don't know the emotions that are going, but this kid, it was like up and down. And I don't know if anybody is older like me and you have kids. Kids like to lie. And they don't want to get in trouble. And what do younger kids do? Mommy, I didn't do it. I didn't. They start crying. But then when you sit here and you ask them and you know that they're lying, then what do? They seem to, the tears all dry up all of a sudden because they're not fake tears. They're not real tears. I think the kid was in shock and panic, and he was in panic mode that he just got caught. Now, did he know that he murdered the kid? Possibly not. I don't think he possibly did, but I don't know. If you stab somebody in the chest, what do you think the intent is? You're not just sitting here, hey, get away from me. It's not a panic or just a normal response. It's like anybody that owns a weapon, never point a weapon at anything you do not intend to shoot. That's what I was taught in the Marine Corps and as a young kid coming up. If I pulled a knife out on somebody, you understand the steps I have to go through. I had to reach into a backpack. It locks back. I had to unlock it, hold it in my hand, plunge it into another person, and then pull it. And when we see this knife, you'll see there's blood on it. Like, it's just common sense to me. I do not see how anybody's rationalizing this. The court's approval, Anthony moving to an undisclosed location due to safety concerns is in the pretrial period. According to the Next Generation Action News Network, NGAN, a nonprofit organization working with Anthony's family, and this is where the lawyers and all these people that got involved in this situation and that they handpicked, these were race baiters. And then when you find out what they did with this amount of money, and now he's getting a pro bono representation because he's indigent. He don't have any money. But do you know how much his family raised? Now people say, well, maybe they're going to buy a house. Why did they not use this money? Now again, it's not illegal what they did. I'm not understanding why they didn't use the money to defend their child. But now it makes sense. If my child was on a stand and committed of a crime like this, right? I'm going to do everything in my power to defend my son. But if the evidence came out like this, he's guilty. That's all I can do. But I know during sentencing, and when they're taking my son away, and they do the victim's statements, I want my son and be there for him all the way through. His family didn't do that for him. That's the thing I just kind of ask. And again, it's not about race. It's just, wouldn't most parents still support your kid even if they are in the wrong? They abandoned him to go out and do a press conference to sit here and talk about injustice and all that. They didn't. I don't know the Metcalf family, nor do I know the Anthony family. But I can tell you, the Metcalf family, they stayed through all of it. And the father had a gag order. He couldn't say anything. But if you look at Karmelo's family, they had plenty to say. They made many attacks. And what they did to that young man was wrong. They let their son, defenseless, to walk out of the court during sentencing. How would you feel? You wouldn't feel like you were just abandoned? These are the people that love you. And they got all this money. And we're going to address the money. And when I say a large amount of money, a very large amount of money. If you don't know, his original attorney, he only got $75,000 out of any of that money. So where did all the money go? And again, kind of brings back another situation that I'll kind of touch upon. But we'll just say, the Black Lives Matter, George Floyd, remember all that money? And they went out and bought mansions. I don't know, there's a trend going on here. And it's not racial. It's a thing called people will do evil things for money. Morals and ethics can go right out the window when it comes to making money. Money is the root of all evil. The courts, okay, let's see. Metcalf's mother and father both had their homes swatted. Again, not okay. Anybody to do this. Again, I saw vile stuff from, because again, being a white person, I want to call out fellow Caucasians. I don't like to group myself in these groups. I look at individuals, because Jimmy, which is me, had nothing to do with any of this. But when you got videos of people going around going, hey, were you on the trial and beating up innocent white people that had nothing to do? We had a homeless man here in Florida. He got sucker punched by some guy on a bike that happened to be black, accusing him, oh, my mistake, my bad. And now there's people that are going online and blatantly, and I agree, anybody that's doing this needs to be arrested immediately. When you I support free speech 100%, but when you start calling violence upon other people or acts of violence, that is no longer protected under the First Amendment. That is not free speech. Because I'm seeing it on all sides. And living down here in Florida, we'll just say, I've seen some posts and stuff where I'm like, people are trying to stir up a race war. And I don't think you or I or anybody wants any of this. But again, the internet, we say, oh, it's not real. But these people are speaking the loudest. And they're actually going out and doing things. And I think it is because of YouTube and clickbait and videos. But at the end of the day, I honestly think most people, we just want to go to work, pay our bills. And this is very concerning. And this is, again, what I want to address in America. The racial tensions here in America. Because slavery is a very difficult topic to speak about. And I know white people that say here, and my family wasn't even, well, what to say, one half of my family wasn't even here during slavery. They were in Russia. They came over during World War II. And again, when you start seeing all these other people talking about, oh, black people this, you understand there's so many mixed families now. We're a very blended country. So the thing is, when people talk about reparations and all, it's like, what more has to be paid on this debt? And I'm just looking like, these two young boys had nothing to do with race. But notice, we're having to talk about race. Why? Because of these race baiters and other people that's pushing this agenda. And I'm just trying to say, be a level person, and I want to scream at the top of my lungs and tell everybody, stop. This is insane. I've got children. Most people got children. But when you're sitting here telling people, is this the example we want to set for our children? Is this the future of America? Because the question I've even seen people bringing up and stuff, should we bring segregation back to America? Is that what we need? We need to segregate ourselves? People are hollering for this. Segregation. I'm 54 years old. Jim Crow and all that happened before my time. But now people are saying we should return back to that? Are they nuts? And when people say, I'm black, I can't be racist, are you being serious? Because if that is the case, do you hear all the black people and the stuff that they're saying out online? It's pretty racist to me. Kill white people? Kill their children? Like, what is going on? And then I see some white people responding back. And then you got the term that's going around. What is the, what's it called? Black fatigue. Now, I had to look up that term, and I'm like, I get the sentiment, but I don't really like that term because that kind of comes across like fatigue of what? A color? What? See, we need to just address people, individuals, by our actions. Right? Isn't that what we're supposed to be doing? Man, I thought that's Martin Luther King said. I know there's a lot of different views on him. The civil rights movement, like, what was the point of any of this? And these two young boys' lives are over. And you understand, the father and the family, they don't have a kid no more. So the thing is, our country's still going to keep going on. Social media is going to keep going on. Because that's what we do, right? The next story, on to the next one, the next click, the next set of views. But have we lost all empathy and passion? I'm not black, but guess what? Carmelo Anthony's my son. Remember when Barack Obama said, that could have been my son? Yeah, that could have been my son. You understand? We have mixed families. Austin could have been your son. And if it was, would people be doing this? Would you be okay with people saying this stuff? It's not okay. Let's go on. Metcalf's mother and father, they both had their homes swatted, with such an incident resulting in a SWAT team showing up to Metcalf's father's home with their weapons drawn. Additionally, both Metcalf and Anthony's father were forced to leave their jobs after facing harassment and doxing. Angela Tucker, the judge who lowered the bond to $250,000, was doxxed and received multiple threats from unknown people. The Federal Bureau of Investigations and the local sheriff's office launched an investigation into these incidences. This is where it's going to get really interesting. Follow the money, right? Isn't that what they always tell us? Follow the money. Now again, I don't know about you guys, if this is about morals and ethics and all that, and I'm not here to preach to anybody. I'm just trying to point out, I don't know, do you all agree with this? Anthony's family set up a crowdfunding campaign to give on Give, Send, Go to pay for legal defense and other expenses. Now, I guess that's the key word, other expenses. Because the legal defense, we're going to find out how much money. Look, we're raising over $615,000 by June 4th of 2026. Now, we've got reports now on how much the attorney was paid. And again, if y'all don't know about him, he has a little bit of a past too. I don't know. He's got some baby allegations. And he's also a race baiter. But at the end of the day, this is the people that he picked to represent him. But again, he gets $75,000. And then, we got Charleston White and all these other people that wanted to come out. And Charleston White, dude, I used to actually like your comedy and think I respected you. I have no respect for him anymore. Because there's videos of him to where he supported the Metcalf family at the beginning. But then it seems like he changed his tune. And why? Because he says in a video, he got money. He got money, a large amount of money. And then he completely switched. But then we find out, after all this fraud went down, he says he's going to send the money back. And he thinks that makes it better. Charleston White, you proved to people you can be bought. You proved you can be bought. I have no respect for any person that can sell your morals and values and ethics for money. And this is what this seems like it's all about. Money, people getting clicks and views. It just, I don't know, growing up in a different generation, I'm just not used to all this. And I'm starting to get numb to it in a way. And that's what scares me. I hope that the rest of us don't. God help our country. Because I set up a crowdfunding campaign on Give, Send, Go to pay for legal defenses and other expenses, raising over $615,000 by June 4th of 2026. GoFundMe crowdfunding campaigns were launched by Metcalf's father and the owner of the pizzeria in Frisco, where Metcalf worked part-time, raising nearly $250,000. The founder of Give, Send, Go, Jacob Wells, has compared the case to those of Kyle Rittenhouse and Daniel Penny. Now, if you do remember those cases, Kyle was the one, what was the shooting in, when we had the riots, Kenosha, Wisconsin, right? Remember, 2 fatally amid. So if you guys remember that in 2020. And Daniel Penny was the Marine in New York. They remember, choked out the crazy mentally ill person that was attacking a woman. But yet, these people go to jail, right? Kyle actually got off. Daniel Penny actually went to jail. Yeah, right there, see? 24-year-old white, and I'm going to be biased on this one. He served in the United States Marine Corps. He's a veteran. While riding the New York City subway, Neely boarded the car Penny was riding and began threatening. And again, he did. That's what Marines do, right? We don't run from fire. We run toward it. The founder, okay, let's see, stating that Anthony should be afforded the same presumption of innocence, I totally agree, as anyone else. Again, not black or white. We are all presumed innocent until proven guilty. On May 2nd, Give, Send, Go turned off the commenting function of Anthony's fundraising page, citing unacceptable volume of racist and derogatory remarks. And if there's any, again, I don't want to say colored people, black people, any of that. If there's any other fellow Americans out there who did this crap, I don't care if you're white, black, Asian, whatever. It's wrong. Period. I don't care. It's not about black, white, whatever. If you want to sit here and say racist and derogatory remarks, you have a freedom of speech in the United States. I do not believe in any hate speech. You can have hateful speech, and that's protected under the First Amendment of the Constitution. But I can just say, all these people, say it with your chest. See, this is what I find funny about the internet. People got plenty and plenty to say. Would you say that to people right in your face? Well, now we're starting to realize, yes, they will. Some of these videos I've seen after the court case, all the stuff that people had to say. White people saying stuff, black people saying it. This is getting out of hand. When you're sitting here, I hope your kids die. I'll kill your whole family. And then you got people, there's a term, I didn't even like the term. I think it was his father's set. Now, Charleston White or White. He made that stupid comment. And again, yeah, I don't know. If we got any black or colored people or people of color, whatever you want to be called, we'll just say, I don't know, calling somebody, what is it, a watermelon felon? Are you serious? But yet the black community don't get pissed off about that? That is, again, people can say it. And some people thought it was funny. I'm like, that's disgusting too. But again, I don't know. And that's the thing I was even telling my mother. She's older. She's 87. But I believe there's more of us good people. This is not a representation of the United States. And the internet does not represent. This is what my challenge to most people is. White, black, Asian, Puerto Rican, Mexican, Cuban. I don't care. At the end of the day, enough's enough. These people are not like us. These people that want to do this vile, disgraceful stuff, let's all stand together, united, and push back. Everybody start making YouTube pages. Get on your social medias. And if you truly feel the way I do you want racism to end? I'm tired of talking about it. Do we really, truly want it to end? And then let's stand together and end it once and for all. You know how we do it? We stop talking about it. Reparations ain't going to happen. And at the end of the day, telling young men in our young generations that guess what? We can now kill each other. I'm sorry. I'm not down for that. This is not the country that I fought for. And I have my other military former brothers and sisters die in the military to fight for. There's other countries that are sitting here watching us. And again, we're just going to destroy and burn ourselves from within. Over this? It's heartbreaking. It's sad. It's completely sad. But there's going to be accountability. Either we have rules and laws, rules for thee, none for me. Is that how this works? Like, we need to tone it down. It's just driving me back. Let's see. Unacceptable volume of racist and derogatory remarks. Anthony's Give Sin Go fundraiser was taken down after his conviction. Now, if y'all don't know, they're actually raising more money again, which I was like, why would they be raising more money again when it's pro bono that they got these and we're going to look into these attorneys. I want to give you all some background of these new attorneys they got. We haven't seen nothing yet. This is all going to be about race now. These new attorneys that they've got, these are complete race hustlers. We've seen it in their prior cases. And it's not a white guy saying it. I'm going to present to you facts. On May 2nd, Ghosts have turned off the comment. Okay, blah, blah, blah. The fundraiser was meant to support Anthony's pretrial needs and that the funds had been dispersed over the previous year. With that stated, purpose complete. The fundraiser has been closed, the platform stated. And again, they had every right. Let's scroll down some more. This Ingan press conference. Anthony's parents and the Ingan held a press conference on April 17th of 2025. And this is disgusting as well, because we'll just say Anthony's father, right? Not Anthony, but Austin's father. He actually got censored and banned from this because he wanted to pray with the family. And he specifically said he didn't want this to be political or racial. But that's not what the other side wanted. They made this racial and political. Metcalf's father attended the event. However, Dallas police asked Metcalf to leave. After Metcalf had left the press conference, Ingan, the founder and president, Dominique Alexander, said Metcalf was uninvited and that his presence... Now, see, and I thought, and again, this isn't even being Democrat, Republican, but I thought we all supposed to be welcoming, right? I thought that's what we're all supposed to do. It doesn't matter if you're black or white, right? We're all supposed to be welcoming. But I don't sound too welcoming. Why wouldn't they let him start? Because his presence was disrespectful to the dignity of his son. Is that right? Metcalf said that he thought it would be an opportunity for the two families to come together in a productive way. This is the same man that was silenced and put a gag order on. So, I don't know about you guys, but from an outsider just looking at the story, and I was following the case at the beginning, not as deep as many of these other people, but now since I've dug into it, and again, you can look it up yourself, who was the ones being disrespectful? And I'm not going to say black people, because not all black people agree and believe this is okay. It's a certain group that said, oh, the dignity of their son wasn't murdered with a knife. The hypocrisy. But again, he followed through with it. Now again, I'm not going to say everything that Austin's father has said that I condone. But I put myself in his situation too. You murdered my son, and you're going to sit here and belittle my name and my credibility and my family and think I'm going to sit here and say nothing because my hands are tied with a gag order? Now the gag order's off. He has every free rein to say. Everybody else had plenty to say. And this is what I want to call out to people. It's okay to speak. I don't care if you're white, you're black, you're Asian. Everybody has free speech. Speak up. It's wrong. And especially Christians, I'm going to show you some videos. Some pastors are saying very vile things. They are not Christians. We're not supposed to judge. Oh, yes, we are. We can judge you by your fruits. Some of these pastors are race baiters and hustlers as well. And again, this is to the black churches. We've seen the services. And again, many black people got up and walked out. And then I got a couple of pastors from the black that said it straight, direct. And I believe it's a hard pill to swallow, but there's accountability. And again, just judging by God's judgment, people need to pay close attention. God's wrath is going to come down upon us, unless you all want to become Sodom and Gomorrah. And again, not everybody's a Christian, right? We got atheists, we got agnostics, and people that don't care. And again, yeah, it's a very evil world. Shortly after Metcalf's death, an X account impersonating the Frisco police chief began spreading misinformation and a fake autopsy report. I don't know if anybody followed that one. Do you remember seeing the autopsy report? Yeah, that was some very interesting stuff. Again, misinformation. The AI pictures trying to say that the Metcalf family was buddy-buddy with this judge and they got pictures. They were altered. And with AI, it's getting tougher. But notice, people do not want to fact check. All they want to do is repeat and keep this story going and manifesting. For what? What are they doing it for? Is anybody going to hold anybody accountable? And I hope that after all this finally does get resolved, we're not going to let these people forget what they said. I hope their platforms, again, you're going to have people that's going to follow them, but I believe in capitalism. You're a liar. You have no integrity, and your credibility is destroyed. And you're liars. And we even got politicians playing this game. It's not okay. And it's not, like I said, just the black politicians. We got white politicians trying to play it too. And it seems like a lot of the left liberal crowds trying to do this. We're not going to let them try to use this for elections and all that. This is nonsense. It needs to stop. Shortly after, okay, let's see right there, and police impersonation. Legal proceedings. So let's go on through the legal proceedings. Anthony was charged with murder. And again, this is why I'm starting to notice the backlash. People don't want to accept the verdict. So you don't like, and again, I hear it, systemic racism, blah, blah, blah. So the thing is, isn't it funny that, we'll just say, let's say I committed a crime. Do you think I would have any fear of an all-black jury? Because everybody keeps talking about this all-white jury. We're going to talk about what the Constitution actually says about that in the Supreme Court. There is nothing that says you will be judged by your peers, not by your race. Because if that's the case, all white people are going to say, we all want all white people on our juries. And Mexicans are going to say, is that really what we're going to do now? Like, this don't make any sense. We're going to hold people accountable with the facts. April 14, 2025. Let's see. Anthony was charged with murder and transported by the Collin County Jail. He was charged as an adult, even though he did do this as a minor. But in Texas, because of his age, he will be charged as an adult. But because he's a minor, and we're going to look up some of the laws on that, why he didn't get a heavier penalty. That's what I'm trying to say. People ought to be very lucky he only got 35 years. If he would have been a little bit older, this would have ended way worse than what they expected. He was charged as an adult since under the Texas criminal justice system, defendants aged 17 and older are prosecuted as adults. On April 14th of 2025, Judge Angela Tucker lowered Anthony's bond from $1 million to $250,000, citing his clean criminal record and his academic and athletic achievements. And that's the other sad story when I looked into this. Karmelo actually looked like he had many colleges looking at him. The kid's a very talented kid. He threw it all away. For what? And again, it's not being black or white. It was just a dumb mistake made by a young minor that got caught up in his emotions and feelings and threw his whole life away. And the worst part, he took another young man's life that he's never going to come back. He has no more future. It was taken from him. But we're not going to hold people accountable for that. I don't know. Anthony was released on bond on the same day. According to his release conditions, an adult was required to supervise Anthony at all times. He is required to contact the judge's bailiff every Friday morning, and he was prohibited from using social media or contacting Metcalf's family. Anthony's lawyer said that he would plead not guilty and claim self-defense at his future trial. Anthony could not have been subject to a sentence of life without parole or the death penalty. due to his age. And we can actually break down the statutes on death penalty and all that. But again, per Texas law, and if people don't like somebody, because I know some white people, and I kind of agree too. I thought he should have got the death penalty. But now looking up the laws, I respect the laws of each state. And in Texas, yes, they're in full rights of their, he's in full rights of his punishment. On June 24th, 2025, a grand jury indicted Anthony on charges of murder. The trial, Anthony's trial, began with the jury selection. But you were right. Jury is not picked, based on race. Yes, exactly. No, I know. I mean, would people really want that? You know, I kind of like, and then, see, I'm going to give you all some more. I'm going to read more through this, but here, I want to show you guys some stuff because I keep talking about stuff. But this is some of the law stuff. I keep saying, I'm going to show you, I'll show you this and I'll show you that, but let's pull this up here. Okay. This is stuff that I got from asking Gemini, okay? And then it also gave me some records because I got the actual police reports now of what actually went down. So again, I want to provide to you guys not just my opinions, but actual factual information. Let's see. I should be able to make that a little bit bigger. Here we go. Okay. And that screwed up. And up. Weather. Okay. Whether 35 years for a minor convicted of murder is extreme depends on perspective, right? The legal consensus views it as significant, though not maximum, penalty, while advocates for juvenile justice often argue that such lengthy sentences are disproportionate for youthful offenders. And again, I'm not an attorney. I can't give you guys legal advice. I'm just reading, and like I said, a lot of it's pretty self-explanatory, right? So again, if we don't like it, I don't care if you're white, black, or whatever, then vote. If you're from Texas, change your laws. If you don't like it, vote and get people in there that can change your laws. But you know, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Because I was kind of curious if this would have happened in Florida, would our system have actually been a little bit different? Okay. The legal framework in Texas. Direct transfer. In Texas, 17-year-olds are legally considered adults in the criminal justice system and can be tried as adults for severe crimes like murder, which that's what he was charged with. Sentencing range. Murder is a first-degree felony, punished by 5 to 99 years or life. He got 35. Most people are going to say if he does around 17 years, he might be able to get, like, you know, he could get out on bond, like on parole. Again, I don't know, but that's what some people are saying. And again, he's appealing. So we're going to see how this works. But you understand, in that appeal, the charge could be turned over. So they're worried about 35. What if they give him a 99? Because again, you're going to get a jury. And I can tell you, I've already talked to many of my friends online that happen to be, a person of color or black. You better hope they're not on that jury. They'll convict him. Not all black people, you understand, we're all not a monolith. Everybody's an individual. Like if a white person went out and did this, do you think I'm going to sit here and be like, he's white, I'm going to fight because, he's a white guy? No, I want him thrown in jail. He murdered somebody. He took another kid's life. In America, that's not okay. A 35-year sentence sits on the lower end of this standard range. Y'all see that? The lower end. Do you know why they took that into account? Because he's a minor. 35 years. For me at 54, yeah, that's a life sentence. Close to it. I'm probably going to die in prison. But if you give a 17-year-old who's 19 or whatever, you give him 35, yeah, he's going to come out later midlife. But at least he's still alive. And again, even when it comes to prison, I'm glad I'm not him. He's going to have a hard time in prison. If he don't know how to fight out in the real world at a school function, what's he going to do, get a shank in prison? You understand, he's marked, and people know his family had money. They better put money on his books. And again, I'm not saying I know what goes on in prison. And again, Charleston White made a stupid threat, and I think the Department of Justice and law enforcement needs to look into him as well. Saying, people have been to prison. They know people inside. They're part of these gang affiliations. Saying that what to say, Carmelo's family needs to watch out because their son could be in some danger. What does he mean by that? I think we all know what he means by that. That's not okay. Thinking you got influence and money, but again, we all do know if you don't got money on those books, you're going to have to fight. They're going to take advantage of him. And he's a small guy like me. That's why I said, I don't want to go to no prison. Oh, hell no. I mean, I'll do what I got to do, but I came up in a different world. I'm not going out like that. Or look out. You think people would look out for him? I don't. I know how people are too. Black people, white people. Nobody cares about the color in prison. I mean, we do understand blacks stick with blacks, whites stick with whites. But at the end of the day, money talks, shit walks. They'll sell that kid for a pack of cigarettes. I mean, let's be real. So that's one thing I'm looking at to where, yeah, we say blacks stick with blacks, and not all the time. Not all the time. Agreed. It's sad. But my thing is, he's still alive. He can fight in prison. I'm also looking at the Austin situation. He's not in prison. He's 6 foot in the ground. And then, again, I don't want to show those videos, but you all seen a lot of them. People are desecrating his grave, going and pissing on a kid's grave, making a funny dance on TikTok called, the Austin Bop, acting like you're stabbing yourself in the chest. It's disgusting. Sentence range, let's see. Oh, yeah. Capital murder. Minors under 18 cannot be executed or sentenced to life without parole. If convicted of capital murder, they receive a mandatory life sentence with the possibility of parole after 40 years. Now, let's see. Let's go down to the next one. Oh. I hate when I scroll. It'd be nicer. Wait, let me do this with my arrow. Okay. Wrong one again. I want to get to the perspective of the court. Here we go. Let's see, some of it cut off. Perspective of the courts. Let's see if we can make this big again. Okay, perspective of the courts. Because a 35-year sentence falls below a life term, courts and prosecutors generally classify it as a lenient alternative to the maximum penalties. For example, in June 2026, a 17-year-old convicted of murder for a fatal stabbing at a high school track meet in Frisco, Texas, received a 35-year sentence. So we know what case this is referring to, which prosecutors and legal analysis described as heavy but standard outcome given the severity of the crime. Perspective in juvenile advocates. Advocates, come on, scroll. I'm going to make it smaller. Okay. Advocates for juvenile justice, such as the Texas Center for Justice and Equity, argue that any multi-decade sentence for a minor is extreme. They point to neurological research showing that adolescent brains are still developing, and we all agree with that. Your brain's not fully developed to the age of 25. But we'll just say, I saw a story the other day. It's an older story. White boy that was 13 ends up murdering his little sister that was 4 years old. He's a psychopath. He's in jail for the rest of his life. He's lucky he didn't get the death penalty. So again, regardless of the mentality and all that, I'm sorry, if the crime fits and this is what's on the books, we follow it. Now again, you can be lenient. You can give them max sentences. And again, that's not up to me. It's up to the judge, or also sometimes with what the family may want. But in this is Texas law. They point to neurological research showing that adolescent brains are still developing, limiting their impulse control and ability to foresee long-term consequences. And I agree with that. But guess what's going to happen when you're in prison? You think any of those guys in there really care about your psychological mentality? Or if you're mature enough, you're about to grow up to be a man. And again, I pray for him every single day right now being in there. God only knows what is going on in there. And we all know prison life is not the same as being free outside. There's a reason why we have freedom for a reason. And in prison, they have different rules than the rest of us go by. Let's see, reformers push for greater judicial discretion to consider a minor's mitigating circumstances and emphasize opportunities for rehabilitation. Now, do I think that, like I said, can he be rehabilitated? Do I think he's a threat to society? He's going to, no, I honestly don't. But at the end of the day, he committed a violent crime, and he will be held accountable for that crime. So that's what everybody keeps thinking too. With this appeal, that don't mean they're just going to let him out of jail. He's going to walk for free. That's not what went on here. Okay, let's see. Where's this one? I think it's right here. Yeah. Okay. This is Texas law. In Texas, the primary difference between murder and manslaughter, because this is what a lot of people were addressing, is the defendant's state of mind, intent versus recklessness, and the resulting difference in sentencing severity. I make that big, yeah. Okay. Murder, 19.02. This is Texas law. Definition: intentionally or knowingly causing death. Now, what do we know here? The police officer did walk up to Karmelo, and they said that he wasn't an alleged killer. He did it. So we know he knowingly causing death, intending to cause seriously bodily injury resulting in death, which did happen, or committing a dangerous felony that results in death. Both those meet up to those requirements. Austin is dead. Classification: usually a first-degree felony. Penalty: 5 to 99 years or life in prison and a fine of up to $10,000. That's crazy. $10,000. You would think it'd be higher than that. Sudden passion. Okay, yeah. Sudden passion exemption. If a defendant proves they they acted under the immediate influence of sudden passion arising from an adequate cause, example, heat of the moment provocation, the charge is reduced to a second-degree felony. Now again, they did try to present this in the court, and we got the court records. That's why it was denied. This was not no self-defense. This was no sudden passion. This wasn't a passion killing. Manslaughter, 1904. Definition: recklessly causing the death of an individual. This means the person was aware of, but consciously disregarded a substantial and unjustifiable risk. Let's see. I think we got the next one. Scroll down some more. And I do got the video. I'll probably show it out in a few minutes, but I think everybody's more than likely seen this video. And the reason I don't go with the whole video is because I agree. I don't know where all these people are getting all this information. Oh, this is what happened and this is what happened. It's hard to see. However, right at the point where everybody notices, okay, I'll show you the video. I'll try to zoom in as much as I can, but somewhat of the placement of the guys, because there's the part when you see the push, but I can't honestly tell who it is. I'm going by what people have been saying. That's Austin, and his brother would have been standing in front of him, and then you got Karmelo. He's sitting down, but then you also had his friend, Karmelo's friends there as well. So, but yeah, we'll try to pull that up here, because I got it on some links underneath. Let's see. Okay, there's sudden passion. Okay, mental state. Okay, mental state. Reckless. A person acts recklessly while they consciously disregard substantial and unjustifiable risk of death. Base penalty: a second-degree felony. Sentence 2 to 20 years in prisons. Fines up to $10,000. But that was definitely not what we saw in that video, or what I saw. But yeah, I want you to make your own decision. I don't want to sit here and tell people, like, let your own eyes decide for you. Okay, here's the manslaughter here. Texas Penal Code 1904. The mental state: reckless. A person acts recklessly when they consciously disregard a substantial and unjustifiable risk of death. Second degree felony, 2 to 20 years in prison, $10,000. I think I already read that one. Sorry about that. All right, and let's come here. This is actually, I think I got that link open. Let me look here. Where's mine? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, this is the link. This is to the, this is a law firm. Okay, so this is actually coming from actual lawyers. And again, I'm not a lawyer, so I'm just reading. Don't take any legal advice from me, because, yeah, definitely out of my skill set. Murder versus manslaughter. Understanding Texas homicide laws. When someone is killed in Texas, the law doesn't treat every case the same, which they shouldn't. I totally agree. You should look at it on an individual basis. The circumstances surrounding the death matter a lot. That's why Texas law breaks down homicide into different categories, with the most common being murder and manslaughter. While both are serious felony charges, the difference between them can be the deciding factor between life in prison or a reduced sentence. Let's break down what you need to know. What I considered, let me see if this will come. Yeah, there we go. Okay. What is considered homicide in Texas? Under the Texas Penal Code, homicide simply means the killing of one person by another, but not all homicides are treated equally in the eyes of the law. There are 4 types. You got murder, capital murder, manslaughter, and criminally negligent homicide. Okay, murder in Texas. Legal definition. This is the legal code that we were looking at, that 1902. A person can be charged with murder if they intentionally or knowingly cause the death of another person, intend to cause serious bodily injury, or the act causes death. Cause death while committing or trying to commit a felony under what's called the felony murder rule. Penalties for murder: first degree felony, 5 to 99 years or life in prison, up to a $10,000 fine. Second degree felony, if the defendant acted under sudden passion, such as in the heat of the moment, 2 to 20 years in prison, up to $10,000 fine. Manslaughter in Texas. Legal definition. We got 1904. A person commits manslaughter when they recklessly cause the death of another. There's no intent to kill, rather reckless behavior that led to someone's death. Penalties for manslaughter: second degree felony, 2 to 20 years in prison, up to a $10,000 fine. Murder versus manslaughter. What's the difference? Why the distinction matters. The line between murder and manslaughter can be blurry, and the stakes couldn't be higher. Prosecutors consider the accused mental state, any provocation of sudden passion, whether the act was part of another felony, and the evidence presented. Your defense attorney's job is to highlight these nuances and fight for the most favorable outcome. Because I did notice on the internet, as well as like X and TikTok and all that, the original attorney, this guy, I don't know why. I would have honestly myself would have picked a public defender. But they had the money. This is what don't make sense. They had enough money to get this dream team. They possibly could have got it lowered down. Honestly. But I think it's because of the attorney they got. That guy was incompetent. But notice, people are now mad about it. But you're sitting here kind of like, they had a year to prepare. And again, I don't know the family, but I'm just going to call it the way I see it. They didn't care. They did not honestly care about Austin. They cared about going out in front of the camera, getting their clicks and views, and getting all this money. Because again, you would leave your own child on the stand during sentencing? This is what don't make any sense to me. You raised over $650,000? 75 to the attorney? What do you mean? And then you went and bought a house and a car? Like, no. And I do agree, a lot of the people that gave that money, they should open up civil lawsuits. That is not with that money. Nobody, how many people are going to say, I'm going to send you money to defend your son so you can go buy yourself a house and a car? I mean, come on. Nobody's going to do that. I mean, there's probably some people that would, but the majority, that's not why they gave the money. They gave for the defense of Karmelo, facing homicide charges in Texas. Okay, never mind. We don't need to worry about that. Hopefully none of you guys, if any of you guys, just in case, if you're in Texas, if you're facing homicide charges in Texas, they can help you. See, if you or a loved one has been accused of murder or manslaughter in Texas, every second counts. The criminal justice system is complex, and these cases are often emotionally charged. And that's what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to stick with the facts. I have my views and opinions because I think we're all just human at the end of the day, right? I mean, I've got kids. If this would have been my son who just wanted to go to a track meet, and if my son acted, pushed another kid, yeah, I wouldn't have been okay with that. But it's not okay for another kid to stab him and take his life. I mean, it's just not right. Yeah, sure. We got a question. Let's put this here. Where's my Discord? Okay, so there was that article. in this one. Yeah. And we're going to get into some of the facts. This is a person that I follow on Twitter. If you guys are on Twitter, her name's Sarah Fields. You probably heard about her throughout this case. She was in that courtroom. She actually saw everything that went down. But she's been keeping everybody posted of kind of what's going on with information and stuff. She's a very good account if you guys, want to follow. But again, like I said, she's just a journalist, honestly. Maybe it's a statement and a question. I'm not sure. However, okay, yeah, no problem. But yeah, this is the new legal team announcement. If you guys didn't see this, this broke out over what is today? Actually, yesterday, a lot of this started posting. See, 5 hours ago. New legal team announcement for Karmelo Anthony appeal. A team including the Texas NAACP president. So now we're talking about the National Association of Colored People. So again, this is what a lot of the, black people of the United States, as well as a lot of the whites, whatever, anybody that's a Karmelo Anthony supporter, this is what they're asking for. So I'm about to say this is about to turn, I guarantee you, because let's look into more of this, and I'm not trying to gaslight people. Let's look into the cases of these lawyers that's coming up here. Now again, I think they might be able to pull off the OJ, remember? If the glove don't fit, you gotta acquit. Metcalf had no right telling him, yeah, he actually did. No, he did have a right. Because I'll actually show you, Tiff. In the school regulations, yes, it is known. It is again, you can't take that up with him. That is a school policy. Those tents are bought by those teams. They bring their own tents. He had his own tent he could have stayed in. So when they told him to leave, yes, they had every right to say that. And again, yeah, they did grab him. And again, nobody's denying that. You'll see this in the video. But no, they had every right. He passes up 2 tents that he could have stayed in. He was not supposed to be in that tent. That's just the rules. He broke the rules. And that's part of another situation that people were going around on the internet spreading around. That's not true. And the other situation, the kid had a knife in a backpack. That was against school rules. I'm making a video series, so I want to look into some more information. But there have been claims and stuff that I didn't. Now again, I don't know if this is confirmed, so I don't want to spread false accusations. But evidently at the school, they have played before. Because I was like, if they played before, they might actually know each other, right? Because they're saying they never knew each other. However, when you play another school, you know who the other quarterback is. So I'm not going to say they were buddy-buddy, but they knew of each other. But one situation that I did find kind of very interesting in this and stuff is, and again, I'm not trying to spread fake information. If you guys see anything, you can share it with me. And definitely leave a comment. But they're saying, evidently, Karmelo, he was on probation before for having a weapon in school. And he was still on probation leading up to this. Now again, did the school drop the ball on this? Now again, I saw it on social media, and you see there's a lot of stuff going on social media where people are spreading false information. Now, will the school release those records? Because they are minors, so that's why a lot of this stuff is difficult. They are minors. So this isn't public information. Because again, we're not allowed access to school records of a child. But if that is factual information, then yeah, if he's been in trouble for this before, why was he allowed to come to the track meet? And again, regardless of the fact, every school, I know even here in Florida, I looked it up, you cannot bring a knife, any weapon on any school premises, no matter what. Now, I'm not stupid. Kids are kids. They're going to do stuff. But guess what? Situations like this can arise. So I'm hoping that parents, including my kids are older. But again, anybody's got younger teenagers or any of this, don't be bringing weapons to school. It's not okay. Bad stuff. The only reason you would carry that is for what reason? Self-defense? Or were you looking for a fight? It's not a good look. But number 2, this is what can happen. A situation could escalate, and now you got a dead kid. And now your kid's life is completely destroyed for the rest of their life. You're going to be now a convicted murderer. but not for the school authorities to handle, not another kid. Okay, but this is not for the school authorities to handle, not another kid. No, agreed. Right. So again, so why don't we use that same logic? Right? Because Karmelo got pushed. We all know we're not supposed to be tattletales, right? There was coaches. Why didn't he step out and yell for a coach? Hey, I got pushed. Why didn't he say any of that? Instead of taking it into his own hands and pulling out a weapon and murdering another kid. See what I'm saying? It goes both ways. None of the behaviors were correct. But at the end of the day, the information that has been provided in a court system and provided to a jury was he was not supposed to sit there. They did ask him. We got the witnesses. And these are his fellow classmates. And the thing is, when people are like, they weren't his friends. What are they talking about? Several of his friends, one of them I do have a question about, was he was supportive, but then it's kind of like he flipped on Karmelo during the trial. And we got the court records where you can actually see some of the stuff that he said. And we were like, wait a minute, they did know each other. And him and his friend, the reason why is because of a girlfriend. So why didn't Metcalf get a coach? Same thing with Anthony. Why didn't he? You understand, they were setting up their tent. He was there before. See, that's why when you watch the video don't actually show before this, but what we see in the transcripts, they were setting up the tent. It was starting to rain. Anthony, Karmelo, he was already in the tent. He was on the bleachers where they were setting up when they were arriving and setting up. A rain it makes it sound like there's this big downpour. It started raining, and the kids were all kind of coming into the stadium. So they were setting up. Because there was the other thing where people tried to say, it wasn't a knife, it was a cleat sharpener. That's a lie too. That was a knife. And when they came in and stuff, like I said, at the beginning of this, I'll try to show you the report. Karmelo had a friend that evidently, I guess, goes to the rival school. He's the one that invited him over to sit with him. That's why he came over. Now the thing is, he wasn't allowed to tell his friend to come over there because everybody knows the rules. You sit on your side and we sit on our side. That's just the rules. And again, it is silly because, again, it's high school. You got to remember, we're at a high school game. When you could go sit on the visitor side, but normally if you're supporting your son or another school, you're going to sit on your side you support. I understand it sounds like tribalism in a way, and that's kind of what it is. You got to remember, these are teenage boys. You don't come in our side. You don't come over here. You play for the other team. And again, that's why I said I'm realistic. Underneath that tent, they were talking smack. Our school's going to kick your school's ass. Yeah, you suck. You know, they were just shooting the shit with each other. And I think it got escalated. And then when that shove happened, because we do know in the police report, yes, there are certain words that was being called. Calling somebody a pussy, put your hands on me and see what happens to you. It was escalating. That's what I'm saying. This whole situation was wrong from the beginning. So if it was ingredients, the guy was just speaking to a friend. It shouldn't have been that deep. Agreed. It shouldn't have been that deep. But the thing is, his friend should have never invited him over. Because I'm just going to play devil's advocate. Let's take Austin. And now let's send him over to the other school's side. You think they would have accepted him in the tent? No. Because that's not what high schoolers do. That's not what the rival teams do. Anybody that's played sports in high school knows when you go to the event, you stay with your school and your side, and we stay at ours. In Kentucky, where I grew up, we used to have a big rival with one of our schools. The kids had to be escorted by police to get on the bus. Is how bad that rival, because they knew there would be fights. That's why they separate them, because you don't want altercations like this. And then people say, well, it was pouring down rain, and he had nowhere to go. Actually, yeah, let's do this, because I do got it here. Actually, let's close this one out. I'll get down. I want to show you the video since you haven't seen it. Again, you can't make out a lot, but we're going to play. Actually, we got it here too. I don't know if you guys can hear this audio.
Frisco 911, what is the location of the
All right.
emergency?
This is the video. First, can you guys hear the audio? I just want to make sure it's playing so you guys will be able to hear it. Let me see. I'll play it. Hear some more.
Stadium, my friend just got stabbed.
For the first time, the larger public is hearing.
I have an
Okay, what this is the 911 call, and we're also going to see the footage. Now, this video, as the police come up, this isn't the full footage. The next footage I'll show, there's no audio. It's all silent, but it's the full length of the whole entire video from beginning to end when you see the kids walk in to the event transaction happen. All right, so here we go.
Frisco 911, what is the location of the emergency?
We're at Kuykendall Stadium. My friend just got stabbed.
For the first time, the larger public is hearing.
I have an athlete that was stabbed.
And seeing what a jury had to before convicting Karmelo Anthony of murder in the death of Austin Metcalf under this Memorial High School tent. Late Friday, the 296th District Court in Collin County released most of the evidence presented at trial. The 911 calls played in court detail the struggle to keep Austin Metcalf alive.
Get with me! Get with me, Austin!
A coach testified to doing compressions. You can hear the chaos in the background.
Is he breathing? Yes, ma'am.
One witness testified it was Austin Metcalf's brother, Hunter, you mostly hear.
Come on, Austin! Come on, Austin!
The state's evidence shows the moments of the altercation under that tent, but not clearly. The video...
Okay, now this is where everybody's been having the issue at. You're going to see a highlight on this one. That's going to be Karmelo, okay? If you look up here, this is the tent that was being set up. These are the boys. When you see Karmelo, when he's up... Actually, I think this is when Karmelo's already here. But in the full-length one, you're going to see Karmelo come up. He's in a gray hoodie. On this side, you're going to see Austin, Karmelo, and I think his brother is down right here. Then he's got this other friend that was talking to him. He was down here, then he moved, but then he walks away. And again, I think I'm getting the positions right, but this is what they saw, and this is what I'm seeing, what you're seeing. So this is what all we got to judge on, okay? So when all these people are making all these accusations that they saw this and saw this, I want to know, where did they see? It wasn't this video, and this is the only video that was presented in the courts. But yeah, let's continue. Let's see.
Spotlights Karmelo Anthony's movements immediately after the stab.
Right there. See that light? That's Karmelo. This is after he exits. This is when he would have already stabbed Austin. Now, the thing is, I'll show you the full video that don't have any audio.
Anthony runs down the bleachers, runs toward an exit. A jog turns into a slow walk. There were student witnesses who testified to pointing out Karmelo Anthony as he left. Anthony would ultimately walk out onto the field where he's intercepted by a coach. It is there an officer makes first contact. The officer's body camera footage was also released. The moment Anthony is sat down and handcuffed. This is where we hear Anthony recorded for the very first time.
This is the alleged suspect.
Prompted by the officer radioing others.
No, I'm not. I know how it goes. I'm not alleged.
Do you all see that? The cop says this is the alleged suspect. What did he say? I know how it go. I'm not alleged. Watch.
Okay.
Karmelo Anthony's handcuffed and walked to a police vehicle. He is recorded saying this.
He put his hands on me. I told him not to.
Now this is the stuff I was addressing earlier. We've had many people on the internet try to say he was jumped. Notice he said he put his hands on me, not they. He admitted to stabbing the boy. We're seeing all this, and you're going to see when I stick him in the car, he's got blood on his hand.
He put his hands on me.
Whether Karmelo had remorse would come up in court. The court also released a number of photos. Some we have decided not to show because they are graphic. We can show you the multi-tool folding knife with a 3.5-inch blade used in the stab. some photos.
I wanted to show you something here real quick.
Whether Karmelo had remorse would come up in court. The court also released a number.
Okay, remember when we were mentioning the tents? This is the tent that it happened in. Do you see there's 2 tents over here? Why couldn't he have went in one of these tents if he was trying to stay out of the rain? Why did he intentionally go into Austin's tent, the rival team's tent? And when you watch the video, you're going to see he walks right past these 2 to go here. Now, I'm not saying he intentionally was going there to murder this kid, but he went into that tent for a reason.
Of photos. Some we have decided not to show because they are graphic.
Yeah.
We can show you the multi-tool folding knife with a 3.5-inch blade.
Yeah, and see, some people online were trying to say this was a Swiss Army knife. It was just a tiny little blade. You understand that's a 3-inch blade when it's extended out. Right here, that's the blood that would have been pierced into Austin's heart.
Used in the stabbing. It was found 9 rows up from the bottom. Also, Anthony's blue backpack where the knife was pulled from. There are also multiple photos of the memorial tent where coaches and first responders did triage on Austin Metcalf. There's a photo of blood on Karmelo Anthony's finger while he's seated in a police car. There are even the moments before the stabbing. Karmelo Anthony walking on.
Yeah, see, I'll show you this in the original video, but see, they actually got it zoomed in. Notice, that's that black tent you saw. He's walking past it. There's people there. If it's raining, you could go right in that tent. But no, he
under the
watch.
stands, passing tents. And video of Austin Metcalf walking into the stadium for the very first time with friends. All moments before the stabbing that would change the lives of 2 families and leave 1 teenager dead and another convicted of murder. In Dallas, I'm Jobin Puniker.
I agree with that, Tev. I
Frisco
mean,
911, what
that's
is the
the
location of-
story that we were told. Because there's people arguing that no, that communication never happened. I'm going by information that because again, if we look in the article in that Wikipedia, they never mention a friend invited him. I'm actually adding that part in because I heard that. Was that presented in the court? That's why I'm saying possibility. But you think that actually changes anything? Just because a kid invites some other kid to come over, my kids could say, hey, come on, invite his friends into my house when I'm not home. Does that give my son the authority to do that? No. It doesn't matter what kid invited him. He knew the rules. You're not supposed to go into the rival team's tent, period. Agreed. See, again, we are agreeing on the same things. Nobody should put their hands on anybody. But at the end of the day, just because somebody pushes you or puts your hands on you, are you allowed to stab them? Even as an adult. I mean, let's be realistic. If I walked up to you and I shoved you, do you have a right to stab me? Or if I shoved you? Now again, with a woman, it's different because now you're talking about a man and a woman. That makes things a little more difficult because that's more of an assault. But now because people are trying to say, because Austin was bigger, right? Again, I don't know where, because people try to say this kid grew up in a ghetto. I lived in Kansas City, Missouri. I was in the ghetto. Like, really, I was the only white person in the whole freaking complex. I know how this stuff goes. But at the end of the day, to see a young man sit here, if you're in that situation and somebody shoves you, because you also got to hear what he was saying back. This wasn't a frightened kid. He got shoved and he's like, calling somebody a bitch? Hey, pussy, put your hands on me and see what happens. That don't sound like somebody that was afraid. See, I'm trying to say, a lot of these arguments about the pushing and all that, agreed. He should have never been pushed. But you're telling me a push can just escalate to get stabbed? Is that what we're saying? I hope that's not what we're saying. Because there are people online that are saying that. Because now there are people online going around saying if a white person does, stab them, kill them, beat their kids up, beat their grandparents up, attack white people. It's horrible. That's the whole reason I'm putting this. I started this stabbing was what, yeah, I agree. And that's the thing. I would think that if this thing escalated, they would have just, they would have just squared up, started going hands. But here's the other situation. You see him pop out of that tent? This is what I brought up earlier in my stream. If those boys, again, I don't know about you, I'm just using common sense for me. If this is my team and somebody came over, you just stab one of my friends, you think you're getting out of that tent? See, he said he was jumped and all that. How in the hell did he get out of that tent so easily? And again, you saw people chasing after him, trying to point. They were telling teachers and stuff, hey, stop that guy, he just stabbed, because nobody exactly knew what went on. And when you also watch the video, which they were showing here at the end, we're going to watch the silent one so you can see it. When he starts walking, why was he trying to walk? He got outside the gate, then he starts walking. Why would he do that? He was trying to blend in with the other students. He knew what he did was wrong. He was trying to get away. And again, if I was on the jury, that makes it more premeditated to me. He knew. Why didn't he stop as soon as what he did, drop his weapon? Oh my God, I can't believe what I just did, But he didn't have any remorse. But let's see. I think I got the next video. I think it's here.
Frisco 911.
Okay, that's the call. Yeah, here we go. Now again, I want to show you the full time. See, it's 10 minutes. That one was excerpts. This is the full video. So this is Austin when he walks in. Remember, he's got a twin brother. You're going to see him walk in right after. These are his friends. I don't know about you guys, but when they tried to say Austin was a racist and one of these white kids, do you not notice this person's skin tone right over here? That's a dark skin. He had friends. So again, this ain't an all-white school and everybody. This is a diverse school. So when they tried to paint that narrative that his son's this race, it's like this case was never about race. It got twisted into that. To me, it was two young men that let a situation get out of hand. And it should have never got to this. But again, this is what we're all talking about, race. And I'm like, this isn't what it was about. Yeah, see? So here they are walking in. This is his brother. See, he looks almost just like Austin. He's the one that was there when his brother got stabbed. Okay, so see these dugouts? They come out through these dugouts here. See how it's highlighted? That's Karmelo right here in the hoodie, the tan hoodie. Notice, walks past one tent. There's another tent. And see, people down here got rain jackets. Notice he's still walking. Why didn't he stop there? But again, his friend, what I saw in a video. Now here he comes. Now, in this video, okay, I don't know if I'm getting all this right, so I don't want people to be like, oh, you're lying. Because again, if I remember correctly, this boy that you see walked up right here, that was supposedly this friend. Because he's standing down here. He's nagging stuff on. I'm not taking away that these kids are not jabbering and saying things. And they're telling him, hey, you're in the wrong tent. You need to get out of here. Because the witnesses in the report say he was told multiple times to leave the tent. Karmelo was defiant. I'm not leaving nothing. You got to make me. And these are what those kids, the witnesses, said. Now the thing is, we're getting reports, because what I would like to do is see the actual court transcripts. And they said they're supposed to be released, but they still have to verify and go through them and redact, because you understand, all these people are minors, and I totally respect that, because also these kids, you understand, they want somebody to get murdered in front of them. That's definitely, when you hear the 911 call, and I can play the full entirety, but it's very disturbing. Like, these kids, they went through a lot. And imagine watching your best friend get stabbed and die right in front of you. And I got a picture. I don't know if YouTube will let me show it, but they got a picture of the wound in his neck. Because some people are like, it only went in 2 inches. Sorry, not his neck, but in his chest. You see the wound. Okay, so let's see here. They do a little highlight, but see, this is where it gets difficult to see. It's back here where my cursor is. See? They're talking back and forth. Right about here is where Karmelo is supposed to be sitting. And then a guy is going to come around here, which is Austin's brother, that looks like he gets in front of him. But then there's an altercation, and in a minute we'll see, because it's around like the 7-minute mark. I think it's like 7-minute mark where we see this push. So notice, he's sitting in this tent for a while. They're going back and forth. Hey, you can't be here. You can't do whatever. So again, I have no idea what these kids are saying. But all these other people that's on YouTube, yeah, this is the opposing team. Right. No. No, the witness, the witnesses that was there, these are the ones that's inside the tent. Remember, because, okay, do you see how this camera's shooting? They got another video of the where this angle's actually coming from. See these bleachers? This is a football field. There's bleachers on the other side. This is where this camera's being shot from. The opposing team, which is Karmelo's team, is where they're filming this from. See, he's over here. He was supposed to be on this side where this camera shot is. See, and this is what I don't understand, and I do believe there has to be footage out there somewhere. You see all these people walking around? A lot of these are kids. You're telling me nobody had a camera that could have got an angle from this side of the bleachers instead of all the way clear across the field? I would love to have seen what went on in here. Because then we would actually have more eyewitness of what actually went down. And especially with phones, you would have had audio and all that. So whoever, supposedly, this is the school's footage of what they're shooting across the field. And I have to say, for this school, we're in 2026. They need to upgrade their cameras because this is very low quality. But I'm assuming they don't usually have, a lot of knives or people getting murdered at their games or events. All right, so let's see here. This is what a lot of people were complaining when they first saw the video. They were like, you're not seeing all of it. They're clipping stuff. This is now the entire video of what the court saw, the jury. I don't want to miss anything because I don't want to skip anything. But it's like, to me, okay, right there. Whoops. See, wait. Let's stop. Okay, I was sitting there talking. Notice how it spread out? He said he was jumped. Now you got to remember, if he just stabbed, we're going to go back here a little bit. I'm going to see if I could zoom it in. The problem is sometimes when I zoom it, it might get blurry. Let's see if we can zoom this in some. Pause it. Zoom. Come on. Why ain't it letting me zoom in? I'm trying to hit the plus here. Let me go in a big. No. I don't know why it's not letting me zoom it. Alright, we're going to go back though. As you just saw, he poked his head out right up here. You see him run up the bleachers. Remember, then he's going to run down here. So let's see if we can. Okay, here they are. They got some other videos where some people zoomed it in a little bit better. It gets kind of grainy, but you can kind of still make out. But if we watch right here, see, this is Karmelo sitting down. If you look over here, this is going to be Austin. And you're going to see there's going to be some type of altercation because you will see a shove. Then you see a shove back, and that's supposedly when the knife would have stabbed right into him. So let's keep watching right here. Sitting. They're sitting here talking. Okay, now see, this kid, boom, see it? Crap. I don't know if y'all saw that. Let's go back one more time. This is where we see the push. Okay, see how he's standing right here? He pushes. Then you see a push back. Because you see, he don't completely fall down. The way people are making it sound is, oh, he got pushed so hard he fell down and then they started kicking on him. That is not at all what happened. Watch. In a minute, we're about to see, standing here, Looks like words get exchanged. And this is where somebody's going to say, yeah, pretty much, fuck you, pussy, whatever. Shove, shove, stabbed. Now watch, boom, he's out. So where is this? He got jumped. Where is all this? None of that happened. You see, he got shoved, which agreed he shouldn't have done. But Karmelo pushes back and he has the knife. So when does he take that knife out of the backpack to stab him in the chest? He had that knife in his hand when he shoved back. He stabbed as soon as he got shoved. Now watch. Here he goes. He's running. Now again, like you said, after he knows what he just did, you see all those kids, they cleared out. Now why wouldn't you? Oh my God! You see blood. The kid's trying to call 911. We hear the call. Kid's bleeding out. He's running. Now again, if he knew what he did was wrong and he was actually concerned, there's coaches and other people here. Why didn't you holler for an adult and say, oh my God? He don't. He runs because he knows what he just did. See, these kids, see, one kid looks like he's getting ready to run after him, but they turn around because you got to remember, your friend is down on the ground bleeding out. And you hear him, stay with me, stay with me. They're trying to get 911 on the call to get paramedics to him to save him. Now there's Austin, or sorry, not Austin, but Karmelo running. Now if you're going to see, there's going to be two other kids because they're trying to tell the other kids, see, look, see him coming? He just stabbed our friend. He just stabbed, see? He's going through the gate. He slows down. They're pointing. He's running. He's running. But watch this when he gets up near the crowd. You would think, keep on running out to the parking lot. He starts walking. See the group of people here? Why would you start doing that? You just stabbed somebody. Why isn't he stopping? See, they're pointing at him. He just stabbed our friend. He's walking, walking. Somebody grabs him, which supposedly is the coach. We got an interview with one of the coaches. See, they grab him. They're walking him back over here. Because you understand, nobody actually knows exactly what happened yet. So some of these coaches are like, wait, what's going on? Now, is he telling that coach? Yeah, but see, he walks off. Now, watch. Is he going back to check on Austin? But he keeps going back and forth. He's wandering around. They're sitting here talking to him. Yeah, come here, come here. We're going to go over here. He's not resisting. Nobody's attacking him. So all this stuff that was on the internet, it's lies. See, he's being talked to. Now, you got to remember, there's other kids. If you don't realize, I was like, why do you think all these kids are running? It wasn't because of the weather. They're doing an evacuation that all the kids now have to leave the premises, go to their school buses that they came on, because they know there was a tragic event. Paramedics and EMS are on their way. Because I'm assuming notice everybody's leaving. They're trying to get out of the situation. Now, some of these people, though, you would think if these are Austin's friends, wouldn't you think, I want to find out what the hell, and you're going to bring him over? He's the kid that just stabbed our friend, and then you also got his brother. But notice, they're still sitting here trying to take care of Austin. We're not seeing all this because the footage later on is when you see when the paramedics and the officers show up. But see, they're walking back. And we do got an interview with one of these coaches because I was kind of curious, what was he saying? They put my hands on me. I was scared and I stabbed this kid and that's why I ran off because I didn't know what to do. I'm not buying all that because that's not at all what the coach even said. See, looks like everybody's being rational and civil. See, now looks like in some type of passion moment, other people are walking up because they're realizing what just happened. And these are possibly some of his own students. Oh my God, Karmelo, see? He's down on his knees. Karmelo, did you kill that? Did you just stab that boy? Oh my God. But you got to remember, they got to get the students and stuff out here because they don't want this blowing into some big, situation. And then we should be getting, I think in this video is near the end where you'll see the police officer. See, he's got his hands on his head. Oh my God. So I'm not going to say he didn't feel any remorse. Because I would think too, I just stabbed a knife into somebody's chest and now he's gone. I'm going to be freaking out like, oh my God. Or he's thinking of a story. What's he going to tell everybody? You better come up with something quick. Because we do know he asked the police officer, did he die? They didn't know yet. But this is my argument with everybody. Why? This was needless. There was no reason. Agreed. And the law, and I agree with you, it don't negate. But the thing is, I totally agree with you. This young boy pulled out a knife and stabbed another boy. And that boy is now dead. He will be held accountable. 35 years, if I were him, I would just take that one. But if anybody says self-defense, because I'll just ask you, so you see self-defense here? Do you see any self-defense here? So he defended himself because he got shoved with a knife. Because my thing is, if you can do it with the knife, because we can look at the laws, and I don't care what state you're all in, look at your own state laws. You can only match aggression. And again, stand your ground state. You understand? In Chicago, that's another situation that some people were addressing. If y'all didn't know, Juneteenth, y'all see what happened in Chicago? 39 black people dead. Nobody's griping about that. Was that self-defense? That's the questions I ask myself. Because other people have been bringing that up too. But nobody seems to care about that. So I'm starting to realize the only reason this situation is big because it's a black and a white kid. It's not because the two kids did something stupid. And that one kid did not deserve to lose his life for shoving another kid. Because if that is the situation, a lot of the people I've seen online, I would love to sit and talk with them. So if my son, if your son shoved my son and my son stabbed your son and killed him, would people be okay with that? See, I'm just trying to make it consistent. It doesn't matter black, white, with whatever. This should have never happened. It is a self-defense. See, again, no, it's not. Did you not read the laws? That is not self-defense. This is why he did not win that in the trial. It was rejected. There is no law anywhere in the United States. Again, I'm not telling people to practice this. If you all did any of this, you think you're going to get self-defense? What was he afraid of? Did they have a knife? Did they have a weapon? Right, exactly. They should have threw hands. I'm not justifying that kids fight, but I'm just saying, yeah, because you do understand that even in fighting with your hands, you're on bleachers. You could cause bad injuries to somebody too. What if they fell back and hit their head? Next thing you know, you just made them a paraplegic. At the end of the day, it's accountability. My thing is, like I've always told my son, don't escalate anything. The whole situation is, sometimes you got to be the bigger man. I realize what happened here. It comes back to me, it's ego. It all comes down to ego. Two boys trying to prove who's had the bigger dick. It was a dick swinging contest. And at the end of the day, yeah. I mean, Karmelo, you killed the kid. The 130-pound kid, yeah, you took down the David versus Goliath. And you expect the whole world to feel sorry, but we don't. At the end of the day, you did what you had to do. So you thought. I totally disagree. And for anybody that's going out and telling your kids, because I saw a video, this one lady's like, what am I going to tell my kids? There's a black lady sitting here trying to, I'll tell you what to tell your kids. Don't get into fights. Don't bring knives to school. Don't let things escalate. And guess what? Sometimes it takes the bigger man to walk away. That don't mean you're a pussy. But see, it's all this stupid rhetoric and all this stuff. Because again, I know when I was younger, what people told me too. You can't be a pussy. You don't want to be a bitch. What do you got to prove? To who? Because now you understand this young man is in prison. He's going to have to prove a lot now. If they want your shoes and they run up on you, you better prove yourself. That's just the way prison works. I mean, people need to start having some real talk here. Oh, it's a young man. Guess what? Young kids go to prison all the time. And somebody being small like him is just, I can see, it's not going to end well. And again, I don't care if it's white, black, or whatever. It's not going to end well. And I'll just say the words. He's going to be somebody's bitch. Straight up. A black man's bitch, white man's bitch, he's weak. If he can't fight out in public, right? I'm not saying you should do it, but in prison, he better learn to fight. Unless they got him in some special ward and they got him completely separated. But we know how that ends for guys too. You can go down into the hole and try to keep yourself protected. Eventually, you're going to have to come in general population. You can't hide forever. And this process that they're talking about, you understand, this ain't going to just be weeks. Like this is a process. It takes a while. Too much to be typing. No, see, agreed. And again, I don't know, like, I saw this story originally, like when this first happened, and I was like, wow, this is a tragic event and stuff. So I thought, the story would just play itself out. If you haven't seen, that's why I'm kind of surprised if you haven't seen it. This is all over the internet and social media, and it's getting bad. And the reason I'm trying to show the video is, if we can't agree by looking at a video, and we can't agree what's right and what's wrong, we got a big situation. Because I got something here I want to show you guys. This isn't me saying it, because I knew, and again, well, actually here too. This is the police report. I can actually show this. All this information I'm showing here too, I'm going to actually put into a video series, because with all this information, I want to be able to give it justice. So I want to kind of do it in a documentary style and present it out. But yes, this is the actual police records. All this stuff is publicly online. So you guys can find it. They do got some redactions, but they actually got different parts. So if you all don't believe me, you can see. Let's see if it goes up. See, Frisco Police Department. See, this is 4/2/2025 when the original event happened. On Wednesday, gives you a full breakdown. So these are the actual testimonies of what actually happened at the crime. And you guys can find this information. You can go to Frisco Police Department. They got it up into Dallas. So you guys can find all this. See, there's redactions and all that. But see, there's some photos. See, again, that's the knife when it's extended. As you see, it's a little over 3 inches at the tip. I don't know about you guys, but yeah, stick that in somebody's chest. You're not going to survive. You're going to be unalived. We'll just say that. There's more to picture of the knife. This is the trial transcripts for the state of Texas. So I got that. I want to give you guys some of these videos. There's some more pictures. That one, I don't know if YouTube's going to let me show, but that's the wound. So we're going to scroll past that a little bit. And there's some more AI. Let's get down to some of the videos. These are some more of the questions, because I was asking more about the legalities and the appeal process. So I'll be adding all that in my video. But I just want to share, because I got more time I could do this, but I didn't. Yeah, see, I got a lot more information. But I just want to share some other social media videos that I found. And again, this TikTok, I kind of covered that. It's called the Austin Bop. We got some more information about the parents. But let's get down. Yeah, there's a lot. Yeah, this is one thing I was kind of talking about too. If you guys didn't see this story. As we're sitting here talking about this situation, and the young man's in prison, why aren't we talking about something like this? At least 39 shots, 6 fatally, and shootings across Chicago this weekend. Out of all the holidays, it always seems to be Chicago. But notice we're not talking about this. Juneteenth? And I hear all these people celebrating, no, the history between Juneteenth. This is making a mockery of Juneteenth. So if we care about young black men and all that, why aren't we talking about this? See, to me, just make it make sense. And I've actually had, not you guys, but I just say, there's some people that I've actually tried to have some of these conversations with, and guess what I'm called? I'm a bigot and I'm a racist. White people, we're not supposed to talk about this stuff. I'm like, really? Why not? It does affect us. There's white people in Chicago. I don't know about you. I don't want to live there. If I lived there, like I said, this whole story talks. Let's read the article. And, it opened up over here. Let me grab that link over here. Okay, see, at least 39, 6 fatally shot. If you guys didn't see this on the news, yeah, this is ABC News. They got some videos. See, at least 39 people have been shot.
A joyous time. Neighbors say many people had gathered to celebrate Juneteenth when things took a violent turn.
Surveillance video capturing what appears to be a barrage of gunfire. Shortly after, you see people running for cover. Chicago police were called to 95th and Princeton after a mass shooting around 11 Friday night in the city's Princeton Park neighborhood. At least 13 people were injured.
244 West 95th Street. I need crowd control.
Chicago police say a red SUV pulled up to a large crowd. Investigators say 2 suspects began shooting from inside the car before taking off.
There's approximately 25 shell casings, both rifle and pistol rounds, from 243 West 95th all the way to the end of the block on Princeton.
The victims' ages range from 17 to 47 years old and were taken to different hospitals.
Now, the reason I was kind of showing you this, did you hear one of the ages? 17. It's the ages of these 2 boys. See, I notice when people wear these shirts, remember, say their name. Why don't we say it in these people's names? See, this is what I do not understand. And again, it's not a black-white issue. People are being murdered. Fellow Americans and fellow people. I know many people online that are going to, I know exactly what they say. Yeah, it's Chicago, all these black gangbangers and all that. There's innocent people that are being here. Every state's got gangbangers. Chicago is a very bad city. And my thing is, it is the politics there. They've let this place run to the ground, but there's people that live here. They don't like this. They don't want to live in this. Nobody should have to live in this. See, it's when people are doing this race crap and trying to bait everybody, just like coming down at the very end. Can we agree there's right and wrong in the world? This isn't a black and white issue. There are young people dying and they're thinking this is okay. And we got parents and stuff sitting here promoting this crap and sitting here, kill white kids. Kill, they don't care about other kids. Make that money. The rap music, all that. I'm not trying to be a prude. I grew up with it too. The NWA, right? Too Short, all of it. Tupac. Did we not learn anything? And if you guys do listen to some of the music, especially like here in Jacksonville, there's shootings all the time up there. These people are about that life. And most of these kids aren't going to make it to 25. But why are we glorifying this? And this is what I wanted to follow up with. And I can tell you why. And this will be, I know not everybody's religious, but that's why I'm trying to come from a religious perspective. Because I can honestly tell you what I think the problem is. It's God. Right here. These are 2 videos I want you guys to watch. Again, if you guys see this, it's called A Righteous Perspective YouTube. I want you to listen to what they say. And this is not coming from a white man's mouth.
Music noise.
This is coming from an African or person of color, whatever you want to call them, fellow Americans community. I like what they talked about. This is some of the stuff that's being addressed on the internet, and this is some of the responses. So when people try to say, yeah, this is what black people, they're full of crap. This is what bad people do. But there's good people out there. White, black, Hispanic, doesn't matter. This isn't about race. This is about right and wrong. But yeah, listen to this conversation. Nick Fuentes, I personally don't like him. I think he's a racist. But yeah, let's see.
We want to know why people don't want our kids in public places. You want to know why they're putting all these rules of a dress code and...
Yeah, I was on that video. Yeah, some of them did die. I didn't see the exact number on the Chicago case, but this, Tiff, you do understand, this wasn't just during Juneteenth. This is every weekend in Chicago. And yes, there's plenty of kids dead. I actually got a friend that, I guess it was his niece, she was in the wrong place, she's dead. They live in Chicago. They're trying to move the hell out of there. I told them, you need to come to Florida, get the hell out of that place. It's a shithole. I mean, it's murder. I mean, there's a reason why they call it Chirac.
Literally forcing them out of restaurants and all of this. Well, I'm going to give you some sound advice. When you are okay with your child singing songs like Spin That by Young Miami, and you wonder why our kids are so poisoned, why they think that killing and violence is cool. They glorify the thug lust.
No, silly. I'm not trying to be a smart ass either. I honestly don't know. But I'm assuming, like, yeah. But the numbers that I saw, because 39, I don't know about you, like, we have situations here in Florida too. But over a weekend, 39, that's a lot. I mean, I don't know about some of your guys' area and stuff, but yeah, when you hear about 39 people getting injured or shot, that's a lot. Normal people ain't going around shooting people. Now I do got some friends that, yeah, they're about that life. Now the thing is, thank God it don't happen real close to me, but I know the areas where it happens down in the hoods. And that's the funny thing, where I live, some of these hoods down here, these aren't black hoods. These are Latino hoods. And I can tell you, no black person's going to step foot in those hoods. But again, they have their areas too. So again, I agree. And this is not how America's supposed to be. That's my argument. I live in a decent part, but I know 15 minutes the wrong direction, yeah, it can get really bad. Yeah, see, that's my point why I'm trying to make the videos, and that I feel like this situation shouldn't be everybody going at it back with each other and turn into this racial thing. I think this can be used in a positive direction to open these conversations that are really difficult to have. I've had some with some people online, but on YouTube and all that and stuff, I know I'm a small channel, but I can tell you, I wish I had a bigger platform. If I had 100,000 or 1 million subscribers, I'd be saying the same thing. It's not about views and clicks to me. I am very concerned about the future of our country, and if this is really where we're getting in our country, maybe we do need to sit and have that conversation. Because I told you, there are people that are actually out online saying they want to bring segregation back. They want to have black communities. They want to have this. You got some people saying they want to go back to Africa and go back to their homeland. And if you guys want, I can make some videos on that. Some of those people have done that, and then they make these videos. That's the worst mistake they ever made. They don't understand and respect the rights and privileges they got in America. They think it's so much easier over in Africa. I'm like, what? Have you ever been outside the United States? But again, we all live and learn. I love my country. I'm going to say, we've had challenges, but we've overcome those challenges. And to be truthful, when it comes to the slavery, a lot of us are done talking about it. I had nothing to do with that. My family wasn't even here. So when people want to keep this going on and systemic racism and stuff, you understand, and you're going to hear these people address it. It's not just white people anymore. Latinos are sick of it. Asians are tired of it. Even black people are now saying they're tired of it. And this is the new term that they're using called black fatigue. Evidently, this term's been around for over a year or 2 years now. I'm kind of learning it, but I'm like, I am fatigued. I don't like saying black fatigue because I was like, I got a lot of black friends. To me, they're just friends, right? But we always say our white friends, our black friends, our Mexican friends. Why can't we just say their names? Eric, he's my black friend. Can I just call him Eric? But if I did that, see, all you guys would be like, who's Eric? Does it matter? On an application, does it really matter? See, I don't think we should have to check boxes and say we're white, we're Caucasian, we're black. It's stupid. And I do think all these benefits, we need to get rid of all this social service, get rid of all of it. We are all created equal. And again, I don't want to get super way out there, but we'll just say those reparations, for those that's holding their breath for that, it's never going to happen. And if you think you're ever going to be able to collect that money, and I agree with you, I know what the government promised you. That is not the same government we have today. You understand? Those people are long dead and gone. So whatever promises and stuff that they made, because you understand when you talk about the government, and I think people don't realize this, we the people of these United States, in order to perform a more perfect union, we are the government. Those people have died. The people that was mistreated at the time are passed away. We're about to celebrate 250 years of freedom in the United States. Again, and this is what these people kind of asked too, and we're going to play the video. Do you not feel you're free? Are we still in Jim Crow? Are we still put y'all back in chains? It's like it's stupid. The price has been paid. We had a civil war. There were whites and blacks and many other cultures that fought to liberate and free the slaves. We had a civil rights movement. So, I mean, at the end of the day, what else needs to be paid? You understand, I got buddies that died in a freaking war that I totally didn't believe in. Our country has died for many other countries that I don't even support or believe in. Because that's what we do. We are a melting pot for the whole entire world. There is not another country on planet Earth that is as diverse as the United States. But yet we're the most racist and bigoted. Like, what are people talking about? Does it exist? Yeah. And Denzel Washington would just say, he said it one of the best. If you really want to stop racism, how you stop it? Quit talking about it. We understand. I know it very well. But I had nothing to do with that. You had nothing to do with that. And if people want to go around, and I know idiots like this, that are rednecks and racist and bigots, at the end of the day, if you're cool with me, I'm cool with you. You fuck me over or screw me over, I'm done with you too. Right? But it's not about based on color. And if we want to continue going down this road and stuff, even though I totally disagree with it, maybe that is the talk we need to have. Let's have a vote. You understand, if we go by minorities, there's other people that's going to be voting. Blacks, if you say, we're the minority of the country, well, you got the Mexicans, you got Asians, you got all these other people. If you want to separate yourselves from the rest of us, you understand what that honestly means. They tried to do this during the Civil War. That's why the South is still poor to this day, paying off the debt. They lost their crops, the educations, the money stayed up north. So if that's truly what people want to do, what states are they going to choose? California? Guess what's out there? A lot of Hispanics. You think they want you there? Because at the end of the day, we're Americans. That's the thing I try to tell people. I'm African American. If people don't know, I'm adopted, but my adoptive family, they came from Czechoslovakia. So I'd be Russian American. Why are we saying any of that? I'm an American. I was born here. I'm an American, red, white, and blue. Not African American, not Russian American, Mexican American. I hate that crap. Be proud of your culture, yes, but at the end of the day, are you proud of America? That's who you are. But I think people have lost that. And I can say if they want segregation, God help we're the United States of America for a reason. The people who preach this segregation and dividing the country, you want to go back to the Civil War. That's exactly what you want. And it's not going to end well. Anybody that preaches any nonsense and division and focusing on stupid melanin and skin color, yeah, you deserve your own islands. You know what? How about Epstein Island? Let's put them over there. Because this stuff has got to stop. The hate. That's exactly what this is. It's hate. But let them speak for themselves.
And scamming culture. And you're okay with them listening to this music. You're hitting record of your young daughter's twerking. You're hitting record with your sons, throwing up gang signs, having all the money out there, you know, because we gotta know that they have money, right? It's embarrassing. It is. It's extremely embarrassing. And then you give other races something to talk about. Why? A lot of people are not far off on their allegations about these stereotypes. Now, when you have your kids listening to this stuff and you're hearing it, is there nothing that goes through your mind like, this is absolute trash?
You don't have to check anything. See, that's
that
the
my
thing.
kid
Why?
may have been influenced
I
by
refuse.
some of these lyrics
I'm not Caucasian.
about the culture. Does that ever run through your head?
Check out.
No, it doesn't. All right. And again, this is not all black people. But I see the trajectory of where this is going. And it does not look good. When are the influential people in the black community that care so much about black people advancement and all of this stuff, why are they not speaking out about this? We can talk all the time about white people, how oppressed we are, all that, but why are we not talking about how our babies are being poisoned by these lyrics, these songs, and these rappers that you guys glorify?
That's because they're in on the grift as well. Especially the boule crowd, the black liberals, so forth and so on. They big up and support this. Also the politicians as well. Do you guys not recall Maxine Waters said that her favorite rapper at the time, I think it was Nicki Minaj, and she liked some Cardi B. No, it wasn't that. It was the WAP song. And she was like, oh, that's my jam. And this is Maxine Waters, an 80-year-old woman.
Too old.
Come on, man.
We all know that what you ingest is what you become. So we can talk about all of these things about what other races are doing to us, but we can't fix our own problem. If we took half the time to worry about what's going on over here and fixing the problems of our own community, we really wouldn't even have time to hear the bigots, the racists, all of that. But no, we like to pass the blame. I'm tired of it. And black people that have money and influence, you need to start speaking up about this stuff. You guys are being loyal to the demise of our people. And something has to be said. What a concept.
Knife had blood on the tip when he dropped. How the few gonna stop me?
Regular customers of the Classic Mart family business in the medical center area say they're sharing the heartache of a vicious attack of senseless violence overnight. Police say a 25-year-old store clerk was stabbed to death when he refused to sell a 99-cent tobacco product to an underage customer. Sue Cowberg talked with plenty of people who say they are still in shock.
Witnesses are telling us they can't believe how ridiculous this is. They say a man was stabbed to death because he refused to sell a 99-cent smoke.
It's not worth it. It's not worth it to take somebody's life over something like so small and spend the rest of your life in jail. It's not.
It's sad. It's sad. Real sad.
I was like, oh my God.
Regulars say the family who runs the Classic Mart came from Jordan to build a new life.
They are the American dream, really.
It's a dream that died around 1 a.m. when police say an angry young man attacked the 25-year-old clerk for refusing to sell him a tobacco product.
Yeah, do you get that? 99 cents. So what, you should have just gave it over? Do we have laws? Does anybody got to follow these laws? This young man, and I don't understand this. And it seems like a lot of these younger people, a 25-year-old boy, his life is gone for a 99-cent, what is it? A little white owl, a little blunt. This is crazy.
Product because he wasn't old enough.
Lose his life for doing his job. Tragedy.
He's a baby.
Young man, 17 years old, walks into the store. Dude asking for ID. He didn't have the ID to show that he was over the age of 18 to purchase the product that he was asking for, and lost it and took this young man out. 25 years old. It's crazy. They did catch him, but people are, calling this Karmelo Anthony 2.0.
He doesn't even live.
Police say the victim's family saw the attack on a surveillance camera, saw the suspect run away, and called for help immediately, but it was too late. Investigators say the suspect surrendered to police hours later after a standoff at an apartment complex across the street. The name of the victim hasn't been released yet. As we learn more about the charges and the bond in this especially sad case, we will share it.
Jean Gregg was shot multiple times after stepping in to protect her son during a watch sale outside their home. Police say the suspect pulled out a gun while inspecting the watch, and Gregg pushed him away from the property before being shot as she walked back toward her home in front of her family. She was rushed to the hospital in critical condition and later declared brain dead before being taken off life support on June 13th.
And at a certain point, we need to confront this. You can ignore it. You can avoid it. You can try and sidestep that conversation. But at the end of the day, why is it that we can't live in major cities? A huge part of it is because...
Now, again, this is Nick Fuentes. He does have some radical views I personally do not align with, but listen to what he says. Tell me if anybody else can say, no, I kind of get it.
Because of this criminal population. And it's not all of them. Everybody knows that. It almost doesn't even need to be said. We all know not every single black person's a criminal. And we all know not every single black person is a racist against white people. We all know that. However, we also know that the reason you're not able to go safely on the subway at night or during the day is because of this contingent. I don't know how big it is. I'm not going to put a percentage on it, but there is a contingent among the black population that makes it unsafe for everybody. Blacks and whites included, Hispanics and Asians. That's why you can't ride on the subway. And the reason that you can't commute to work on the subway is because of this. That's why you got to get a car and drive in traffic. And the reason you can't live in certain neighborhoods and why you got to go and move out in the suburbs is the same reason. And the reason you can't send your kids to school in the city is because of the same reason. And the reason you can't have a 24/7 restaurant downtown, it's the same reason. And so how are we going to live? How are we going to live? How are we going to live our lives free from fear? How are we going to live our lives and even have a social fabric at all when this is the kind of thing that is going on?
I know a lot of people are like, man, Nick Fuentes, I hate to agree with the guy, but...
Oh, no. No, I agree.
Was that who that was?
I didn't hear a lie.
I think that the Black Boule, which is the liberal contingent of the white liberal, mostly expressed by white women, are absolutely destroying what this Black, particularly urban, but not solely urban community. There are two problems here. The first problem is we have got to deal with the young, angry men. No way out of that. And I'm not sure if it's possible to deal with that without dealing with fatherlessness. Men will have to speak to this more clearly than I would. But from what I've been able to observe in my own life, anecdotally, from friends and family members and associates, and just from what I've been able to read, the genesis of a lot of this anger, if not most of it, is the absence of fathers in young men's life. They are very angry on that. And I talk about this in my book. When you get someone who is angry, for all human beings, there are only two choices for what you can do with that anger. Either the anger implodes and you become destructive to yourself, or it explodes and you become destructive to the society in which you live. And I think what we are seeing is an explosion of anger turned into violence by young men. And I think at the beginning of it is fatherlessness. That is number one. The second problem and why people are fatigued. People are not fatigued at the perpetrators of what is going on. All people understand there will always be people in your group who are aberrant, who have aberrant behavior and do things wrong. Nobody's upset about that. What is making people fatigued is that they do not see prominent Black people calling it out. Whenever there's a Black.
And from my perspective, and again, as a Caucasian man, I totally agree. And I said, but again, I don't just think it needs to be on the Black side. I also think whites too. People need to call this crap out. I don't care what color you are. But again, this is their free speech, and I like hearing, a different perspective. And I listen to perspectives from all types of different people. But I can honestly say, no, I agree with them. And I don't think this is a racial thing. These are just facts that white people think, Asian people think, Black people think. There's good and evil and bad and good in the world.
Prominent person, or even Black people by and large, in the pulpits, teachers in the school, wherever Black people are standing in front of someone, other than with the possible exception of some of us on the internet, there is no real mass call out of bad, violent behavior, which makes other people think, I have to accept this from them because they accept that from themselves. They put themselves in danger for their bad children, which is true. And they can't understand this. And I'm not going to put myself in danger because you won't control your bad child. That is what the fatigue is about. Black people will not self-reflect, self-regulate, monitor themselves, and then when something goes wrong, call it out for what it is. And that leaves everybody else who's exposed to you and your pathology, one, afraid, sick and tired of it, because every day it's something, and they're growing sick and tired of it, and they keep waiting. If Black people would say, you know what, we don't stand for this, this is wrong, and if we could, the rest of that's a small population that's doing that. But if the larger population could make their voice and say, we don't support this, we think this is wrong, you are the ones that are losing your Black card and losing your invitation to the proverbial cookout or whatever this so-called great thing is Black people have to offer that they dole out and pull back. Whatever that is, if we flip that and said, no, you're the ones, because you're the ones acting a plumb fool out here, not us, and we don't support that, that would give a lot of other people more comfort. Frankly, it would give me more comfort, because I know I don't want to go to visit people. If I go to New York, I promise you're not going to find me in the subway. I will Uber and cab it all, and if I can't afford to do that, then I'm not going. But what I'm not doing is exposing myself to people who have a culture of lawlessness. It's sanctioned in their home, it's justified and sanctioned in their school, and even in their court systems, they are coddled and their behavior is justified. If you send me to a place like that, I am trying my best to figure out how to engage the least with the population there, because there's too much opportunity for bad things to happen where there is no recourse and no consequences. And Black people are not establishing enough consequences in their own home. So they are not giving anybody confidence that their kids can come out into the world and behave.
The sad part about it is that montage, I could have put together 60 minutes worth or more of content. And this is just stuff that just recently has been posted. There were footage of, a couple of young white women, or ladies more or less, walking, minding their own business. And they had their hair yanked, and all of a sudden, just started getting beat on, by, some young Black chicks. There's another video of a guy in the doctor's office playing his music all loud, and the lady just basically had to cuss him out, and he got mad, talking about we can go outside. It's just like, wait, this is a woman that you're talking to, though. The sad part about it is these types of video, you could go on and on and on with this bad behavior. And so, unless you're absolutely right, people on leftist media, they won't call it out. You can't get the pastors to call it out. You can't get anybody to say anything about abhorrent behavior that is being perpetrated by a small.
And actually, I'm going to push back on this, Brother Wise. There are some pastors that are out there saying stuff. So after this discussion, I'm going to end with a sermon from a really great video I think you guys will enjoy. And on that note, we'll continue. And I thank you guys for stopping out. And I know it's already 11:42, so we probably got about another hour or so. And yeah, but I want you guys to know, hopefully this was an insightful conversation, and it was cordial and respectful, and that, yeah, that we can maybe open up a conversation, because I really do believe this truly needs to be had. And I will be making a video series to follow this Karmelo Anthony discussion, and it'll be just videos. And again, I'd like to have your all's input and comments on what you feel. And they'll be very detail oriented, and they'll have plenty of links and my resources. So yeah, definitely keep an eye out for that. All right, let's continue this conversation. Thank you guys for engaging and participating.
A percentage of these folks, but you have a larger percentage of people that say, well, they black, we can't say nothing. And we definitely can't say nothing about them in front of white people. We definitely can't say that. So they just allow this stuff to just fester. And it's really sad, man. It's really, really sad.
And the backlash, there's going to be a backlash for this.
It's already happening.
They are not going to be walking around in misery and can't access public places. We have got to do something about. We need young men.
No, you're absolutely right. I want to go to the church. Why are the pastors not speaking on this?
Pastors are in bed with the same people. The pastors are laying in bed with these same exact people. All of us have talked about that Howard John Wesley that got up in the Lord's church, and the church was full from the rafters down to the very bottom. It was full. And he said black people that left the Divine Nine are sellouts. Black people who have decided that they're not supporting the Democratic Party are sellouts. And it is their job to call black people out that are not standing for things that are antithetical to Christ. If they're over here on the conservative side, please call them sellouts. Push them away. We want no part. This is what a pastor is standing on the pulpit. It's supposed to be a pulpit, but we're just going to call it a platform now because it's not a pulpit. That is a pastor standing there and preaching that. It's so interesting. People don't understand. Many Christians are going to go to hell. And people are like, what do you mean? Because there's so many Christians, and I'm do this, that they're so beholden to their pastor, their church, their legalism. That pastor could tell them anything.
Skin color.
Exactly. Skin color. And they're not reading the word of God. They're just listening to what the pastor said. There's some people said, but my pastor said, I don't care what your pastor says. What does the word of God say? Will you tell me what your pastor said? What did Jesus say?
Yeah. What did the Bible say? Tell me that.
You telling me about the pastor? I don't care about the pastor. The pastor is a flawed man, just like you, just like every last one of us. I agree with Celeste's fatherlessness, but I want to take it a step further. It's not the fatherlessness of just the men in home, because I see a lot of people in the comments saying, I grew up without a father and I have brothers and we were never like that. It's not just the human side. It's the fatherlessness of not having God as their father. I'm telling you right now, Black people, and I know Black people hate when I say this, but Black people, you are definitely cursed because you decided that you didn't need God. You decided you wanted ancestry, you wanted African spiritualism, you wanted Black idolatry, you wanted all of those things above God. God was the one who brought your ancestors out of slavery. It was Jesus Christ. It was nobody else but Jesus Christ that got you, because they held on. I know a lot of people say the slave masters gave them the Bible and blah, blah. That's how much y'all know about stuff. Y'all are so ignorant. That word of God was what helped them get through slavery and get out of slavery. That faith in Jesus Christ pulling them out. Why do you think there were so many churches? So many Black people in that time went into the house of the Lord and heard the word of God because they needed God to get them through this. Amen. And God brought them out. He brought them out. And not only brought them out, There was a point where Black people were climbing the ladder, doing just as well. As we always say, there was a point during the Jim Crow era where Black people economy and white people economy was it was looking real close. Why?
Facts.
Because Black people turned their eyes away from everything else and was looking to God because only God could save them. But y'all started feeling yourselves. You started smelling yourselves, right? And you decided that you were going to do everything that is against God. You turned around and you let that.
I think a lot of us have done that. I think that's what America's done. And like I said, I hope God don't take his hand off of our country and leave us to our own devices. I see their perspective and what they're saying, but us as a Caucasian or a white man, whatever, as Jimmy would say, I just say, yeah, I think this is actually the root cause of all of it. People don't need God no more. So we think. Let's continue.
Fallacy. I'm going to say it right now. MLK Jr. turned you away from God because it was his message that was talking about everything that was antithetical Christ. He was talking everything about civil rights. He was talking about all those things. And then all of a sudden your eyes went to who? Lyndon B. It went to Blackness. It went to the NAACP. It went to everybody else but our Father. You forgot, just like when you read in the Bible, a lot of people like to talk about how could Israel turn their back on God after all God did for them? You literally did it. Because everything that God brought your ancestors through, you spit in his face and you put your eyes on government. You put your eyes on these celebrities. You put your eyes on your Black skin. That is what you did. So what do you expect? God is going to give you what you want. You removed him and you put everybody else in front. You have these women that are full of pride. These Black women, they talk about, I'm the breed, I am this, but you are still a gutter ratchet bunny. Every race has debauchery in it. Every ethnicity has debauchery in it. But only the Black culture decides to uplift it, protect it, and call it the culture. And that's the toxicity of it. If somebody asks, why is it that Black people need leaders? Because they were brainwashed and trained to think that they need human leaders. When in all, you only needed God as your leader the entire time. You want a leader? Put your eyes on him. Because I'm sick and tired of seeing these little boys and these little girls taking people's lives. I'm sick and tired of say his name, say her name. I'm tired of it. Why we keep saying, stop saying names, do something.
For anybody who might be listening to this, I mean every single part of what I'm about to say. Don't call me Black. I am not Black, right? That doesn't exist. And most people have not been taught where that comes from. That is something that is used to divide. But if you're someone who takes it and runs with it, live your life how you want to live it, fine. But don't tell me that you're a believer in Jesus Christ. And I know that's really controversial to say. I will say it. The Amorites, the Israelites, the Egyptians, the Philistines, we know people were associated by where they were from. So yes, I'm an American. Absolutely. Because the Bible shows me an example of how I'm meant to identify myself to others. And I am a Christian. That is it. I don't share that with anything else, right? I really don't. I don't share it with my skin color. I don't share it with my state.
Amen. I agree 100%. That's how I am. At the end of the day, I'm Jimmy. I'm an American. See all this other nonsense? Right. And I'm a Christian. It's that simple.
Sure, I'm a Montanan. That's fine. That's, again, the nation in which I belong to, or the state in this case. But that doesn't differentiate me in any way besides location than someone who's from, I don't know, Georgia, for example, like a lot of individuals here. I just don't want to play. I don't want to play that game, because when I start having something else in there, when there's an issue that comes up, I won't look at it from a faith-based lens. I'll look at it from a skin color lens. And we've seen what's happened whenever that takes place. For example, the situation in Texas with Karmelo, right? To this day, go look. Go on TikTok and just swipe through the lives. They're still talking about this case. So do you respect the governing authorities of your land? They said guilty. That's the end of the conversation. Well, if you don't agree, then fine. Don't agree. Just the question I have is, this wasting time showing your disagreement, does that help or hurt the kingdom? It's literally one or the other. Like Crystal just got done saying, this whole neutrality doesn't exist. That's the side of Satan. Thank you very much for playing. That's just the way that it goes. It's so confusing being an individual in this country who looks the way that I look, who talks the way that I talk, right? I'm all proper and stuff, right? I got the words and all those things, the articulations and the such. So where am I supposed to fit in? Because I'll tell you, as a black man dating, as a black man, I'm going out into the world and trying to find employment. You are in this position where the rest of the skin color has already spoken for you. Right now, you have to do that thing, right? And every individual who doesn't play the ideology game knows exactly what I'm talking about. I have to prove to this person I am not the only thing that they've seen on television, the only thing that they've seen from music, and the only thing they've seen from media. Because that's all they're going to show, and that's all they've been showing. It's to Celeste's point. When you turn on the clips, it's always us acting up. They have plenty of footage, to Wise's point, for them to choose from. They're not showcasing the black excellence that exists, the individuals who are getting their degrees, who are getting their doctorates, if it's important to you, who are getting property, homes, have multiple children that are successful, the astronaut, for goodness sake. Y'all already forgot there was a black astronaut that went to the moon and back. That's how little they care. But they will definitely, I don't know what WAP is. I don't want y'all to tell me, right? But I know Crystal has mentioned it to me before. I want the people to keep saying, say his name, right? But you're saying the wrong name, right? You're not saying the name that actually matters. The conundrum of the black community in the United States of America sounds a little something like this. They're allowed to exhibit the behavior by definition that is racism, but it's not racist if they say it because they're considered the minority amongst the population. And you can't be racist to somebody who has systematic power over you. They have said this to Crystal and I's faces, by the way. I'm not making this up. But on the same side, if I tell you that you're the minority because you slaughter your babies in the womb every single opportunity that you get, every chance that you can get, to the tune of 34 million overall, and most of which belong to the black community, then suddenly I'm the bad guy for not respecting your body. But then when I point out that you're not respecting your body because the narcotics uses as an all-time high, so is alcoholism, then all of a sudden I'm the bad guy for pointing out something that really is none of my business. But then when I say, okay, well, it seems like you can act however you want, but you don't want to have any consequences associated with it, not just for yourself, but for the entire community. You get wildly upset every single time any other group besides you talks about you, but oh, you'll have white people's names in your mouth all day long, every single way in between, and unapologetically, no matter how cruel it actually sounds. But if someone even brings up the word black in some cases and you're not in the room, suddenly it's a huge problem. At the same time, you have no standards for your behaviors. And I'm not talking to every single black person. I'm talking about the culture, like Crystal said. We'll put it on front of the news for the finals, pants hanging all down and such, got their hats to the side. I used to dress that way too. I know what it's like, right? We're okay with this. It's encouraged. You make millions of dollars dressing this way in the right atmosphere. But then when other groups have a standard, all of a sudden it's a problem that they have a standard, and you get upset when that standard applies to their environment because they want their children to be raised in the same standard that they had when they were younger. Suddenly it's a problem. You actually feel entitled to be in any community, in any location, in any neighborhood at all whatsoever, as soon as your heart desires. And you get upset if somebody besides this community says, no, we all just want to live together amongst our own. But the second someone goes into your community, they might lose their life because they're not supposed to be there. They're not going to be allowed to do the same thing, right? You'll make your hairstyle look stereotypically European in every single way, shape, and form with all kinds of products. Straighten that bad boy out, even change the colors to blonde in a lot of cases. But if a white woman has dreads, you might well put her witness protection, right? You get highly upset about that. So none of this really makes any sense to me at all whatsoever when we hold the worst aspects of society when it comes to materialism, debauchery, pornographic material, and everything else in between, and we champion that. But then we're offended when someone else associates our group with that. Why do you say all black people do this? Why do you say that? And third, look at the television. Go turn it on. Look what you are celebrating whenever you're not emotionally unregulated in this moment. You will scream about your ancestors' pain that you never experienced, your parents never experienced, and your grandparents never experienced. Of that, I am certain. And to the five of you, your great-grandparents maybe have tasted it at some point in time. And yet you don't realize that you spit on the grave of those who fought for you to be able to have a chance. That's what they were fighting for. To this day, you have no idea. No one's ever been able to explain to me what it is that they want. Do you want to be equal? Obviously not, right? Do you want to have a seat at the table? You already do. So what is it? Do you want to have your boot on the back of people's necks so you feel better about the pain that they cause to individuals you've never spoken to?
See, this situation that he's talking about, I actually wonder that too. When people are sitting here griping and all upset, what is it that they want? What is it that these, and again, he's speaking about black people, but all these people that are so upset with America and, our privilege and what do they want? And name another country that's any better than our country and has the freedoms to express and say the things that we want to say. So I do totally agree with this panel, because this isn't about black and white. It's about holding each other accountable as Americans. And yes, white people can speak on this, black people can speak on this, because at the end of the day, Asian, Mexican, because we're all Americans. Let's continue. After this, I'm going to play a sermon. It's probably around 30, 40 minutes, and we'll end on that note. But before I play the sermon, I would like to say a prayer before we get to that. But we're almost done here. We only got like less than a minute on this one.
What is it that you want? You want to be able to get away with everything? I actually do love the entire black community, but I'm tired of pretending like they don't need Christ. They absolutely do.
Yes, they do.
You're offended
We all
by
do.
everything. You're ashamed of nothing. You're entitled to everything, and you contribute nothing. And it's about time that someone's comfortable saying that.
I want to hear from you guys. What are your thoughts? Hit the like button, share the video, subscribe to the channel, turn the notifications on to all so you never miss an update.
Yes, I have to say, this content, I've looked at some more, but if you guys see, this is called A Righteous Perspective. They got about, was that 648,000 or that's 174,000 views. So yeah, they got a lot of subscribers, but definitely very interesting talks and very engaging, very good community. So I do definitely follow these guys, give them a like and a thumbs up. And I truly do have to say, I like having these types of conversations. So thank them for motivating me to be able to come out and say these things. Because you're right, it doesn't matter, black, white, Mexican, we're all over it. We're not going to have people try to tell us, shut up, you can't say that, we don't have a seat at the table. Because again, as fellow Americans, yes, all free speech. And I want people to know, even on my platform or my community, not my platform, but on YouTube, yes, I push for free speech. And if you guys don't agree with me, right, as long as we keep it civil and we be cordial and respectful with each other, right, as long as you ain't causing threats or whatever, say whatever you want. Leave them in my comments. I don't expect everybody to always agree with me, or maybe you do disagree with me, but at least let's have these conversations. Because you understand, if this division keeps continuing, there's going to be no conversations. Eventually, what do you think will happen? Martial law? You think Big Brother or the government's going to come in? And if you think you're scared of, the white man, I'm more scared of my government, when we are the government. We're not as divided as everybody thinks we are. And don't get caught up on this internet and all this. This isn't the real world. These are real opinions. These are real views. But like I said, the internet can be used for good and it can be used for bad. But yeah, keep an eye out for the race hustlers, the people that are using drama and just situations for clicks and views. At the end of the day, people want to make money. And I'm not against that. But my thing is, don't let them lie. Hold their feet to the fire. Hold my feet to the fire. If I'm saying something that is incorrect, or if you're hearing anything, then yes, I like to be staying corrected. And I'll totally apologize if I've got the facts wrong. But for my views and opinions, no, 100% agree with what they're saying. This cancel culture, all this has to stop. The grown-ups need to actually take over. At 54, I've been incorrect. I made a lot of bad decisions in my whole life. But at the end of the day, this is not okay. Now, a black boy murdering a white boy, it's not acceptable. It's not acceptable for a white boy to murder a black kid. It's not acceptable for anybody going around and everybody's just murdering each other. But we always get real quiet and we get silent. But we'll say stuff when there's race involved. That's what agitates me. Nobody wants to say or do anything, and I agree with them. How about all the abortions that's going on? My body, my choice. The feminism, all this. LGBTQ, let's add it all in. I got friends that are like that too. What about this common sense, right? Good, evil, critical thinking, right? Logic. And at the end of the day, people might hate my statement. We need God. He said this is what was going to happen. We're going to turn our eyes from him. We are becoming an abomination. And yeah, you're not going to believe in yourself and your New Age spiritualism and all that. I sit here, I like to have cordial conversations with people. And again, they don't always agree with me and stuff. And I will always be as courteous and as respectful as I can. But you do understand we're humans as well. People may not agree with Christianity, but guess what? Christianity is what's going to save us. There's nothing else out there that's going to save you. We're all going to have our judgment day. And yes, and this goes out to Miss Neo, who I had a discussion with. For all have sinned and come short of the glory of God, Romans 3:23, John 3:16, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him shall not perish, which means burn in hell, but have everlasting life. I pray for you, my sister. I don't have a grievance toward you. The reason I always bring your name up, I see you're making your videos with your family, and I'm glad. I'm glad you're in a happy space, and you're getting out of that whole little mindset. Continue pushing your job, doing your stuff with your family, and be happy. That's what we want, joy and happiness. Don't get bogged down in all that other nonsense. But I'm just going to tell you and anybody else that's listening, Jesus Christ is the answer. You will find happiness and peace. You're not going to find it within yourself. You're not going to find it on YouTube. You're not going to find it in money, in cars, and women. You may think so. You know, fun for a season. You might enjoy your life here on earth. But eventually, there's a life after this, if you believe it or not. And I'm not here because people say, oh, I can't save you. None of us can. No Christian can save you. All we can do, because of free will, we present to you the living, breathing Word of God and plant the seed. And hopefully you'll open your heart and let God reveal and show himself to you. That's all we can do. So on that note, I just want to say I love you, everybody. And when I say love, not like gay love, but what to say I love you as human beings, right? And I care. I don't want bad things happening to anybody, even though some people may think that about me. But this one it might trigger some people. So trigger warning. I don't believe in being triggered. I don't believe in safe spaces. I don't believe in any of that, because I kind of feel like if you need a safe space, then you're not a mature adult and you don't know how to live in the real world. Do I believe we should all feel, safety? Again, if you're being abused or something like that, yes. But verbal, and again, there's verbal abuse. And again, we know the extremes. But when it's stuff that people are just like, you just don't like what somebody's saying, or you disagree, and then you want to shame, that's when it goes too far. That's the stuff I don't like. And people are taking advantage of that, right? There's good, there's bad, and everything. And then some people want to take it way too far. And again, on all sides. There's white idiots that do stuff. There's black idiots. There's Hispanic idiots. There's Asian idiots. There's just idiot people in the world. Hopefully, my subscribers or any of my viewers, maybe that's you too. I don't know. I can be an idiot sometimes too. I can say some stupid things sometimes. But at the end of the day, what do we learn from that, right? Life is a journey, and hopefully we learn something from it. And the thing is, we all came into this world. We were born into sin, but we were innocent. And this whole situation, when people are talking about racism and all this stuff, you're taught this. Nobody was born like this. Something changes within people. Situations happen, or we're taught that. And I get it. We love our parents and stuff. There were certain things I was taught when I grew up. I came from Louisville, Kentucky. What do you think certain views they teach there? I look around at the school and stuff. Yeah, not a lot of black people around where I live. Had a black friends and stuff, but not a lot. And then you start realizing, it's racist. This is in the 80s. I haven't been back in a long time. Might still be that way. But I'm not going to say not everybody's racist. And you look at everybody as an individual. People change. Again, people have mixed families. Have you ever seen, there's some white families, you might look at them and go, oh my gosh, it's a white family. Might be surprised. There's people, like I said, they marry. You might marry, like I said, Filipino, an Asian, a black person. Might have a grandchild. Who cares? At the end of the day, I just don't care. Evidently, there's a lot of other people. And yes, I'm not going to play gullible with people. I have many black friends that I am very aware how they feel about Caucasian people. Because guess what? It goes with white people the same way. I know rednecks that completely hate black people and say they're the problems of all their... But I got black friends that say that about white people, crackers. Mexicans don't like a lot of them either. Puerto Ricans, I can tell you a lot of Puerto Ricans I know down here, they don't like black people. So I'm trying to say, it's not just white and black. It happens all around the world if people don't know. All sorts of different cultures, even Asian cultures, no, they don't like each other. However, at the end of the day, we're all God's creation. We're all created in the image of God. So on that note, I'm going to leave you. This is about 34 minutes and 50 seconds, and then my stream will end. So I hope you guys enjoyed, and I will be making a follow-up series, and my content is going to be, until I can get my other channel up, I'm going to be posting more content like this. And I might actually open my other channel, make that tech, and the subscribers I got here, yeah, we're going to turn this channel into pretty much, we'll probably do a little karaoke just to, lighten things up sometimes. But we're also going to talk about philosophy, religion, history. So we're going to have a lot more discussions here and a lot more very hot topics. Because again, I want to be able to engage, and hopefully I want to make a change. My tech content can actually, help people build careers and all that. But these types of conversations, I want to save America. I want to hopefully help the world out. And again, we're going to have these tough conversations. So if you guys are in for that, and again, being respectful and cordial, using logic and critical thinking, Socratic line of questioning, I want you to be invited here. So definitely pass this video along if you feel like you've learned any good information from this. And we will be covering more of this case, and I will be doing a series on Karmelo Anthony and more of the facts and evidence that was presented, not just in this live, but I'll be able to do more in a actual formatted video form. I already got it set up with my AI, got the whole script outline, everything put out. But again, I don't want it to be 100% scripted. I just need it in an outline, but I want to share my personal views, my personal take. And yeah, I just want people to feel like you're welcome here, right? And if you don't like me, you don't like me. That's fine. I'm not here for subscribers. I'm not here for all the likes. I'm hopefully, my content right now is to make a difference. A positive difference. See, people can say, oh, I make content to make a difference. Are you making a positive difference? There's a difference. So, on that note, let's finish this video up, and I hope you like this. This Black Pastor Destroys the Black Liberals and Karmelo Anthony supporters. This is from a righteous perspective. And I think he says the name of the church. Let's see, did they tell us here in the description what church he's from? Because this is a very popular church. I've been seeing a lot of these videos. Original video, yes. If you guys can, support. The original video is X Ministries from G. Craig Lewis. A lot of people have been talking about this video. And it's called God Hates Hate, a message by G. Craig, which is, I guess, the pastor here. But yeah, check them out at the X Ministries. And see, Concrete by Grace, Concrete Kingdom, Trap Volume. So there's some music here as well. All right. Enjoy the service and the message. And on that note, I'll see you guys on the next one. All right. Enjoy the service. Love you guys. See you next time.
So-called Christians that wish Trump dead or hate him under the guise of racial or social justice are walking in darkness. First of all, how do you hate somebody you don't know? Second of all, what did he do to make you hate him? Why do you hate your president? Dislike some of the things he do? I definitely dislike some of the things he does. He's wild. But I just can't, I just refuse to disobey my Bible.
What's going on, everybody? Appreciate you guys pulling up. Today, we have to check out a piece of this sermon by G. Craig Lewis of X Ministries. The fatigue is real. Hit the like button, share the video, subscribe to the channel. Let's go.
This is so bad. It's so bad. It's so bad. I've spent my life warning the church that this was going to happen. And now, black, Christian black, and witchcraft black is all intertwined. It's all mixed. It's mixed. I guarantee you this morning, black preachers are getting up preaching on the side of the witches, on the side of hate. I don't have to talk about this case because the case has been settled. But he murdered somebody. So the lady talking about, I got 5 boys, what do I tell them? You tell them, don't take knives to high school events. That's what you tell them.
Yeah, that part.
You tell them what Jesus said, turn the other cheek. De-escalate. Have anybody in here had to de-escalate a situation because they're saved and filled with the Holy Ghost power of God? So you had to make a decision in the heat of the moment. I'm not ruining my life. That's what we do. I can't give you the Yoruba way of doing it. I can't give you the witchcraft way. I can't give you the racist Negro way. All I know is the way God tells me to handle things.
Amen.
So all I can give you today is a message about what God says. Amen? Amen. Witchcraft has overtaken the black community, period. Any witch will tell you that they're winning with black people. They believe that they are controlling most of the black churches because they're being pastored by Masons, those that have pledged, and those that have consulted mediums to grow their ministries. Ancestral worship, voodoo, Yoruba, Santeria, however you want to say it, and other forms of satanic power has made our people angry, hateful, vengeful, and even murderously evil. 1 Timothy 4:1. Now the Spirit speaketh expressly that in the latter times, y'all believe these are the latter times? Some shall depart, but they're not going to just leave the faith. The reason they're leaving the faith is because they're going to open themselves up to seducing spirits and doctrines of devils. I believe he's talking about what I'm just talked about. They're going to open themselves up to systems that will control what they're able to preach and say. When you see people wishing death, wanting people dead, celebrating death. You know, some of them went out and urinated on this boy's grave. Yeah, in line to do it. Women and men. Black ones. The crazy thing is, few of those folks you saw were paid actors. They're paid actors. paid to stir it up, paid to stir you up, make you mad about something that don't have nothing to do with you. I would love for them to take all of them protesters, line them up, and ask them, where are your kids? Show them to us. What are they doing? Show them to us. Show us your fruit. Because the Bible said we will know them.
Yes.
Can I preach in here?
Yes.
Somebody ain't coming back. And that's great. When you see people wishing death, wanting people dead, celebrating death and wishing harm. One lady said, I wish both brothers had died. You heard her. And then the Black Panther lady, oh, hush, we don't want to hear about what we doing to each other. We want to talk about what they doing to us. Huh? Oh my goodness. Did you think it would get this bad? And this is right up the street. This in Frisco. Wishing harm on others. They are expressing, whenever you see people wishing death, wanting people dead, celebrating death, wishing harm on others, they are expressing a demonic presence that is in them. Okay? So when somebody is wishing death, wanting death, totally ignoring that this boy died, you more concerned about the living boy and you could care less who he killed. There's a demonic presence involved. Shifting your perspective. Skewing your thought process. Amen? Amen. Amen, black members. Amen. You in here? Okay. I don't want to just hear the white ones amen. And white ones, you amen. Amen. You know, I don't have to watch TV, watch an event, and pick a side. Look, somebody don't even know what I just said. I don't have to. TV ain't gonna make me pick a side. I'll pick a side if it's Landon and Jonathan. Revelations 18:2. And he cried mightily with a strong voice, saying, Babylon the Great is fallen, is fallen. Why did Babylon the Great fall? And this is talking symbolically of our world in the end times of Revelation. It said, because it became the habitation of what? Devils. A place where devils, people opened themselves up and gave devils a place to live. And it became a hold or a stronghold of every foul spirit. Which foul spirits? All of them. And a cage of how many unclean spirits? Every unclean and hateful bird. That's our world. So-called Christians that wish Trump dead or hate him under the guise of racial or social justice are walking in darkness. First of all, how do you hate somebody you don't know? Second of all, what did he do to make you hate him? Why do you hate your president? Dislike some of the things he do? I definitely dislike some of the things he does. He's wild. But I just can't, I just refuse to disobey my Bible. Somebody will get that later. I'm just not going to be guilty. of letting the devil make me hate somebody. I'm not going to be guilty of letting I didn't hate Biden. Thought something was, it was some things. He had a few different costumes. He'd show up in different ways, different heights. All of that. So I knew what they were doing, but I didn't hate the man. I may not have liked his policy, but I wasn't wishing an assassin would get him. I went on the internet after Trump, the attempt on his life, the so-called attempt. I got to say so-called because I really don't believe anything anymore. The more I just don't. I hope they're no. I just don't believe it. But the attempt, Christians were on their Facebook pages. And I'm not talking about regular Christians. I'm talking about leadership of black churches. Church leaders, bishops, females, what they call the women, missionaries and evangelists, and coming on their page wishing that they hadn't missed. Now, there's something wrong. Yes, many so-called Christians, especially black ones, are in the church full of dark spirits that were, how? Ritualistically placed in them. When you pledge, you go through a ritual. And in that ritual, you open yourself up so that spirits can be placed in you. And those spirits manipulate you emotionally so that they can get to your children and affect the way your children think. Amen. But many of them. 1 John 2:11 says, but he that hateth his brother is in darkness. Is Trump your brother? Who is some folk ain't never coming back? He say he's a Christian. That's what he say. So we got to go by what he say. We going by what you say.
Facts.
You ain't all the way where you trying to get. You want grace and mercy. You want us to forgive you for your mistakes. You make errors. Anybody in here errorless? Look at it. Oh, I'm stirring up something in here.
All right.
Yes. Yeah. You want grace. You want somebody. Well, now, wait a minute for what? Don't we all need time? Ain't we all growing? Are we the same? Are you the same as you were 10 years ago?
No.
Yeah, most definitely not. This guy's spitting facts, I have to say. Hats off to this pastor. I went outside to take a little smoke break, and I was listening to my stream. Yeah, this sermon's awesome. And to all my fellow Christians out there, yeah, fight the fight, right? Stay true, stay focused on our Lord and Savior.
Now, what if we didn't give you time? Yeah. So if that's what he say, that's what he say. So that makes him your brother, so you're supposed to be praying for him. Even if he wasn't your brother, you're supposed to be praying for him because he's in leadership.
Absolutely.
Have you prayed for him? You can't pray for people you hate. Stop it. Stop lying. Stop lying. You can't pray for people you hate. You can't do that. You skip over that part. Folk having these conventions and convocations and all of this bull jive, taking up offerings and dressing all up and 16-piece suits and hats look like Yosemite Sam's hat.
Yes, sir.
I mean, walking, just everything. Got the Black Heritage Bible. You got all that anointing, and you hate somebody?
Not just black churches. We see it in white churches as well.
That means that it's not working. That means something else is in you other than the Holy Spirit.
Amen.
Because the Holy Spirit produced the fruits of the Spirit. The very first one is love. So you got something else. He that hateth his brother, the Bible says, you're in darkness.
Am I my brother's keeper, right?
You hate the Metcalf family because of a court ruling? Do you know how disturbed you have to be? They were attacking this family's car. You saw it. I showed it to you. Family was unsafe, had to hire security because black folks coming after them, and their boy lost his life.
Yeah.
Do you see what the devil is doing?
Steal, kill, and destroy. That's what he does. Old Lucifer.
Not only are you in darkness if you hate your brother, and not only are you walking in darkness, but you don't know where you're going. Because that darkness hath what? Blinded your eyes.
Blinded his eyes.
Yeah, you going to the meeting, you dressing up, you looking nice, you going to church, and you don't even know where you're going. Because darkness has blinded your eyes. The BLM, Black Lives Matter, remember them?
Oh, yes,
the
we
ones
do.
that made off with all the money? All that money. All that Negro money.
You got to say white liberal money as well, because the
Yes, sir.
majority of the donors were, white liberals.
Thank you, Lord. I called my mama yesterday, and I was just going in, and she was like, "Ooh, I hope you ain't gonna talk." I said, "Mother, I'm getting it all out." Getting it all out. I named every primate there is. All of them. The ones I was National Geographic on the phone. I said, I got to get this out. I don't want none of it to slip out. But the black.
And just to follow up, for those that don't know what this pastor, I've seen some comments, and people want to call him an Uncle Tom, a coon, a sellout. Like, what is he saying that's not true from a Christian perspective?
Black Lives Matter has cast a spell upon our whole nation. They conjured specific. Now, y'all remember I told y'all this, right? This is back in 13, I think. Of the Truth Behind Hip Hop, Social Esteem. They conjured specific ancestral spirits, demons from the flood to our realm with CERN and Yoruba rituals. This has created a new breed of liberal person, liberal people, black people that hate themselves and their lives so much that they will spew damnation upon white people, law enforcement, and even the president of our country. So what this spirit does is it manipulates how you feel about yourself and makes you believe that it's someone's fault. That's why they can easily say it's the court's fault that this boy is locked up. No, I don't think so. I think he did something. And I think when you kill people, you go to jail.
Yeah.
That's why my son, Don't carry a knife to attract me, because you might end up in jail. I'm telling them that before they go. But it's easy to deflect and say, no, it's their fault. It's their fault, because your whole life is about blame. You don't want to be accountable for the decisions you've made. You don't want to be accountable for all them baby daddies, all that sex with all them strangers. For lesbian acts and homosexual acts, and you don't want to be accountable. Oh, we make it most plainer than that. You don't want to be accountable for all the jobs you done quit. Your inconsistencies. All the husbands you done divorced.
This is for all races. White people do it too.
So let's blame somebody. That's what the spirit from BLM was about. Blame. If we can blame somebody for our condition, we never have to take accountability for it. Bible says, chiefly them, they walk after the flesh and the lust of uncleanness, so much so that they despise government. Despise government, despise rules. Presumptuous are they, self-willed. They are not afraid to speak evil of dignities. These are people that could care less about you having a badge, about you having authority, about you having the ability to put them in jail. They don't care. A routine traffic stop. Can I see your ID and your insurance? No. I need your ID? No. Go get your supervisor. Supervisor? We outside. Where did that come from? That's the internet. Supervisor, go get a supervisor. Then when they say, well, I'm a supervisor, well, now you're not my supervisor. They're speaking evil of dignities. They despise government, leadership, rulership, authority. Despise it. Then when they in the handcuffs, call my mama, call my mama. No, you in handcuffs, you're arrested. All you have to do is show your license. But because you despise government, you speak evil of dignity. See, when you was at home, you were speaking evil of them because you was watching TV and they told you defund the police. We don't need no police. The police in the same area where they was defunding the police, they got police now.
Yep.
Police came back. We sorry, police. We need y'all back.
And right there, yes. I want to thank all the police officers, first responders, people that serve in the military, anybody in positions of authority. I thank you for what you do. Also, I am a constitutionalist, so I do understand there has to be a balance of power. And there are some people, not all, there's always the bad group of apples that spoil the bunch that, take advantage of their authority and power. And that is wrong across the board, white, black, or whatever. I will 100% stand with you. But at the end of the day, to live in a civil society, we have rules we have to follow by, and we're all held accountable. And for all Christians, we are held accountable under God.
Can I keep preaching?
Yes.
I feel like I'm doing a good job.
You're doing awesome.
Even though there is very little racial bias or inhibiting blacks from success today, they still believe the white man is to blame for their issue-oriented lives. You just watched the NBA final, and it wasn't nothing but Negroes. A few others. All them are millionaires. How did they become millionaires if the country's racist? all your favorite singers. Now you riding around listening to a singer tell you to take your gun out and shoot somebody. Same singer telling you to go have sex with everybody you meet. You listening to a rapper rap that, he getting paid. If it was racist, they gonna pay him to walk around with his hair nappy and his breath stinking. Would he be getting a check? There are opportunities. Any black people got jobs in here? Anybody got a good one?
Yeah.
Y'all got good jobs, black people? But I thought the
Ironic.
white man wasn't gonna let you do that. Anybody got some white people working under them?
Yep.
That's amazing. I just did a magic trick. So even though there's very little racial bias, very little racial bias, or inhibiting blacks from success today, they still believe the white man is to blame. But did the white man make them have multiple sex partners? He told you to sleep around. White man made you sleep around with all them dudes, all them girls. And you know, all the dudes you slept around with took a piece of you. So now when you get angry, you get extra angry because you're angry at all the pieces that were taken. So you're just not a regular angry. That's why you see them, they just like, how are you that mad? And you didn't know these people. Well, parts of me are everywhere. And then I have DNA of others all in me, changing me, making me conform to the way they behave. So these are folk that's out of control because they ain't nothing but sex pots. You think God was warning you about promiscuity just to stop your fun? No, it's a biological thing that happens. You're losing yourself. Can I preach some more?
Preach.
Did the white man make you have multiple sex partners? Did he make you have bad diets? All them irate women, I know what they go home and eat. You don't have to tell me. I can write it down right now. Let me get some paper. I write it down and compare it. Yep, that's what they eat. Because the food has chemicals in it to mess with their thought process. So when they're angry or embittered, they react differently based on the chemical reactions. You know,
Agreed. The GMOs, all the crap that they're putting in our foods. Like I said, this is more than just black people. This is everybody.
Have our chemicals controlling your thought process. You know that, right? You know your brain is activated chemically. Yeah, the chemicals and the electricity in your body come together and cause a reaction. So if all you eating is Susie Q's, you get mad, you're going to act like Susie Q. Whoever that is, she just sound ratchet.
Yeah, my mom used to say garbage in, garbage out. Stinking thinking.
Yeah, did they make you eat like that? Did the white man cause you to be all into perversion? Have all of those wedlock births? Have all of those abortions? Do witchcraft? Ignorance, bad choices, bad decisions, violence, and bad temper? The white man made you do all of that, huh? None of that is based on the decisions you've made. Let me tell you something. And this is for everybody. Black, white, Hispanic, all y'all. Your life is a result of your behavior.
Yes, sir. Amen.
God said he don't have a respect to person. And he proved that. He chose Israel, called them out of the world, gave the other nations to the other gods or whatever. But if anybody wanted to be engrafted in or did something, he would welcome them just like one of the others. Because it was never about blood. It's always about behavior. It's always about behavior. It's always about behavior. Rahab was a harlot, but because she hid the spies she became one in a whole family. They brought them all in, and the Bible said they dwelled with them and became Jews with them. Permanently.
Grace.
Then at the day of Pentecost, we don't even want to talk about that. You know, we try to make that like that was a church service. No, that was a gathering of nations for God to restore order in all nations and take all nations back. The Bible said that they were Jews from all over the world. Different language speaking Jews, different looks, different hair, different customs. And when the Holy Ghost fell, they all became one. Because God was showing, okay, I broke it all up in Genesis. Now I'm bringing it all back together in the book of Acts.
Amen.
Somebody don't want to believe that because they want to be mad. But let me...
All right, Jesus Christ came what? Not to replace the law, but to fulfill the law. And only through grace and redemption shall we be saved.
Let me tell you, I guarantee you, if you leave this service mad today, you're not mad at this message. You're not angry about this message. That's your life. Galatians 6 and 7. Be not deceived, God is not mocked, for whatever a man soweth, that shall he what?
Reap.
You're going to reap it. A lot of people in that reaping, and they want to be in denial. This is the, I'm not going to play it, but that's the I just had to show it. That's the BLM ritual that was done. Y'all remember I showed that in one of the videos. And she's casting this spell. And in this particular spell, it's just basically blaming the white man and this country for the condition of African Americans. And that's what the whole spell was for. Now, slavery happened, that's real. And all the things that went into that, all that's real.
Yep.
But that's not you. Ain't no slaves in here.
Yes, I totally agree. It's a tarnish on our country that we'll never forget. And I want it to be taught and talked about. But the victim mentality, we got to get past this.
Any slaves? Raise your hand, Tim Buck. You ain't raise your hand. Ain't no slaves in here. You ain't no slave. You work a job. You got money. No slave go to the bank. You go to the bank. Anybody been to the bank?
Yeah.
No slave go online and check his...
Check his account, his balance, and everything else.
Different. Look at somebody and say, things are different.
Things are different.
Exactly.
I'm going to stop it right there. Man, phenomenal. Shout out to Craig G. Lewis. Shout out to X Ministries. I've been following this brother for quite some time. He came out with these documentaries a while back, The Truth About Hip Hop, and he was explaining what was going to happen within, a certain subset of Black folk here in America, the turn to witchcraft and the turn away from God and things of that nature. He was talking about this in the 90s. And he's absolutely right, man. I mean, when I sit back and I, watch the videos and I listen to some of these people, online, speaking about Karmelo Anthony, speaking, against the Metcalf family, it breaks my heart, man, because it lets me know that these people, they have been, just let go, and left up with this reprobate mind. The amount of hate that we hear, from a lot of these people, I didn't really equate it to a spirit, but just listening to Pastor G. Craig's message, and then getting a chance to witness these people online, And some people that I've met in person and watch how they move and the way that they talk, it just lets me know, like, man, there is a demonic spiritual outbreak that is happening amongst a lot of these people out here, man.
And I'll double down on that. I feel it too. I think we all kind of feel it. And again, only God can save us from ourselves. Because again, like I started out my stream, this comes down to good and evil, right and wrong. Not racial. It's none of it. So hopefully through these videos, hopefully I was able to, again, I think these guys are more articulate on the way they say things. I'm going to be working on that as well myself. But yeah, I think this was a good conversation, and I'm glad that I had it. I hope that nobody took any offense to anything that I said. And I hope that, yeah, we can continue to grow, love one another, and like I said, build each other up for the sake of our country, and also just for the sake of the world. Again, we're all created in God's image. And you don't all have to be Christians. You can be atheists, agnostics. We all don't have to agree. But all I hope is, like I said, I can plant a seed. I can be a good steward. And I can live through my example of life. I'm human. I make mistakes as well. So just wanted to show you all some other stuff. I'm going to be making some videos following the Karmelo Anthony case and going into more detail and depth. Again, I got a lot of information to cover up on here. But we also got, I just want to show you some other videos that I want to kind of cover, because we have Black History Month. And again, I never really understood why we got to have a month, because at the end of the day, it's American history, right? I don't care if it's Black history, Hispanic history, Latino history, Asian history. It's American history. And I found this interesting video, and I want to go over it. Not tonight, but I would make another video. Shocking Black history tales that you didn't learn in school. And I was watching this, and yeah, a lot of these characters and people throughout our history didn't know any of this. I mean, we know, like, you know, a lot of the African Americans that we learned throughout, you know, the Underground Railroad, right? We learned about Booker T. Washington, right? But they talk about all these other characters like, yeah, why weren't we ever taught any of this? Now, some people will automatically jump and say, well, see, it's right there. It's whitewashing history, trying to get rid. No, it's out there. And I don't know if y'all know, I live in the state of Florida. We actually now have did teaching American history, not just one form of history, but to show, yeah, we're not as divided as we think. And at the end of the day, we're all Americans. Black, white, Hispanic, with whatever. Same thing here. See, 7 interesting history facts that you likely didn't know. So I would like to cover more topics like this. And again, not just sticking on a race theme, but again, just discussions that I honestly feel that the United States and fellow Americans, we need to have. Let's learn from each other. Doesn't matter our differences because of a pigmentation in our skin. We're all very intelligent, very smart. God didn't create any mistakes. All of us have skills and talents that we can share with the world. And sometimes I feel like when we don't do that, you're making a mockery of God. You're wasting your skills and your talents. Here's another one that I found, Bridging the Gap. And this was interesting because if you actually go out online, see how hard it actually is to kind of find positive stories about certain groups of people. I wanted to cover this, but I'll probably make some more videos and maybe do some more live streams. But yeah, watch some of these videos. These are people as of 2026 in local neighborhoods and in your areas across the United States that are actually a black community that are doing great things. Because I know there's a group of people that do like to point, see, this is what all the bad stuff. See, we always want to focus on the negative and the bad. But there's actually black people that are actually doing positive stuff. These are very, like I said, it doesn't matter about race. There's good people. Me personally, I'm optimistic. I believe 90% of the world are good people, and you got the 10% of the bad apples that do the crimes, that repeat things. They're just not good people. And again, it does go back to scriptures and religion. See, here's some more Karmelo Anthony stuff. Here's some more of the videos. And hopefully, like I said, the Karmelo stuff, it'll actually pass eventually. And yeah, But we'll see. I'll keep you guys updated on new content that'll be coming up. I'll definitely keep following this case. I'll be making my series if you guys want to follow that. And again, definitely come over and check out my channel. And actually, I just realized I haven't been on camera this whole time. But nobody needs to see my ugly face. It's not about me anyway. Let me put me back up here. And I should be able to do... Let me see. Take this one off. Actually, we'll just leave that back on. All right. So, put me right here. Make me a little bit bigger. Whoops. Trying to do this on the fly, and I'm not very good at it. So, we'll leave it alone. All right. Oh, there I am. So, on that note, I hope everybody enjoyed the stream. I appreciate all your all support for coming out. I know it was a long one. And like I said, I'll keep most of my videos between an hour, 2 hour long. Because again, I like to do a deep dive and we'll break them down in sections. And yeah, I like to get your comments and feedback. And again, just so you guys know too, this was just a way to open a conversation. This wasn't actually like a panel, so that's why I didn't have it like a share or StreamYard or anything, because I just want it to present my content, give people food for thought, and then therefore it'll open engagement so we can help grow this community. And like I said, hear different perspectives and opinions. And yeah, I will have panels, and I'll make sure I put them on the videos to let you guys know that, yeah, we'll pick a topic. And if it's something that everybody's interested in, yeah, I'd like to actually have a panel that we could all have a cordial discussion. I don't want it to turn into a debate. I can debate. If I do want to do something like that, we could schedule somebody wants to actually debate me. But there's one person I definitely want to debate me. That would be NeoX, if she's out there. We actually had a discussion on religion once before, and yeah. And I'm going to have a lot of videos that's going to be addressing a lot of Christian and faith-based questions from atheists and agnostics. And yeah, I'll present you the facts from a biblical and scriptural way, and do it in a respectful and cordial way. So I just hope, like I said, this is a environment or a community that I'm going to be able to create and grow to let people know, yeah, I want to hear your opinions. I want people to be able to express themselves. Because I know there for a while, a lot of us couldn't say much of anything. Because I think we're finally to a point, people don't care about the names no more. And it's actually kind of scary. There are real racists out there. Like I say, there's a buttload of them systemically around, but there's really racists. And it's not just white people. They come in many different forms. And I think as American citizens, we all realize our country's not going in the right direction. And as a Christian, we need to get back to God 100%. So on that note, I would like to end with a prayer, and I have a song to end out the night. So on that note, if you guys would, or you don't have to, but if you would like to, let's bow our heads and say a little prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you, and we're just asking you for guidance, and to be able to touch us and let us realize we are sinful, and that we too were born into the sin and we were separated from you. And the only way to return back to the goodness, because everything that you created was good, and to be able to have a connection back with you, and to help us all grow and become better people, and to show love and compassion and empathy, and where we can all come to at least some type of agreement that we're not as divided as we think. Let us get past these racial tensions, these religious dogmas and ideologies that separate us from you. And from my heart, I just ask you to always try to help give me the words that I can express myself in a positive way and be glorifying to you. Even though I do stumble, I know I'm human and I say things that can offend and upset people, and I can get zeroed in on a topic to where I want to win, but keep me humble and keep me not just modest, but like I said, give me the words to follow in your footsteps so I can be closer to you. And I ask all this in the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. All right, on that note, thank you guys if you prayed with me. And for those of you that, like I said, may want to know more about Jesus Christ and the path to salvation, I do have a Discord. My email is always open. I think I do have my email posted on my YouTube. I'll definitely check. I think it's there. But you can reach out to me there. And again, anything anybody wants to talk to me about, it's confidential and private between us. And again, if you're wanting to ask me questions, I can't save you. I can try to show you through my example. And again, trust me, I'm not perfect. I made a lot of mistakes throughout my life, and I still continue. Like I said, not on a daily basis, but I struggle. I have challenges as well that I deal with, inner conflicts. But I want you to know you're not alone out there. And the thing is, I can't save you. Nobody around you can save you. There's only one person, and the price has already been paid. Only through grace are any of us saved. And for anybody, it's not that, there's not a checklist to be a Christian. Some of the churches and the dogmas, you know, he knows your heart. And all you have to say is one simple prayer and just acknowledge it, and you'll know it. And all you have to do is know that Jesus Christ died on the cross for your sins, and he rose again on the third day. He fulfilled his promise in the covenant that was written in the Holy Scriptures. If you can believe that through faith, and as people think it's that easy, it's not a free ticket into heaven. That's not what it's about. It's a personal relationship with Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. And being able to surrender yourself, not your way be done, but his will be done. And on that note, I just want to say, I love you guys. Christ is King. And I'm going to end on a song. So hopefully you guys have a great night. Stay safe. And I'll see you on the next one. Hoorah. Simplify. Love you, everybody. All right. Let's go out on a song.
Your shoes by the door, still waiting in line. A school bag half zipped, left there by time. Your plate in the sink, your coat on the chair. We move through the house like you're still somewhere. Your mother still counts the steps on the hall. Your father stands still by the crack in the wall. We say your name softly like glass in our hands, then fall into silence we don't understand. Gone too soon. Gone too soon. Needless and cruel. Gone too soon. We hold your name. We hold it tight, but nothing brings you back tonight. Your little sister draws two eyes and a grin, then asks why the door won't open again. Your grandma lights candles by framed up old days, and your brother keeps asking, what made this way? The table stays set
even after dark. Your bedroom is frozen in notebooks and marks. A whole house is grieving in each little room. Love doesn't stop aching, it only says your name. Soon, gone too soon, gone too soon. Needless and cruel, gone too soon. We hold your name, we hold it tight, but nothing brings you back tonight. If sorrow had hands, it would cover our face. If tears could rebuild, they'd turn back the day. But all we can carry is your laugh in the air, the bruise in our hearts, and the love still there. Gone too soon, gone